Good evening. How you guys doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. So I dug something out of storage the other day. Can you guess what it was? Hello. How you guys doing? Jojo Etterfels. How was your week? Hopefully it was swell. So yeah, I'm going to continue onwards with some of this because I was too lazy to actually do some planning. So here we are. Bridgewater, good evening. How you doing? Hello. I'm probably not going to do any of the. I'm probably not going to be catching up actually at all tonight. But we'll see. I don't know. I know what I'm starting with. I know that much. I don't know what I'll end with, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But someone else actually did Redeem first. Yes, that was JoJo. You weren't first this time. Welcome. How you guys doing? So I've been working on the NES assembly version of stuff of Dave 1 specifically. I've got the part 1 solved. I'm refining some things before moving on to part 2 for that. But that's where I think I'm going to start. Yeah. Found out yesterday that the person who my boss was training to work his position after he retired, I was looking forward to work under, gave her notice. Oh no! Oh no! Uh-oh. Nitrix, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Just finished doing part 2 of day 2 in 6502. Nice. Nice. I haven't started part 2 yet for the assembly stuff. So I actually don't remember where I left off on stream anyway. But I'll fill you guys into where I am, I guess. So I have it. Let me start. Let me actually bring it up so you can see it in action, see it go. I do have it. Oh right, I put a pause in there because. All right, so let me explain what's going on here. Settings. No, size 4. All right. So, input some values, and you notice 2 lines down here. The top one is the value as calculated and displayed and all that kind of stuff originally. And the bottom one is an attempt, anyway, to do it better, but it's broken. It doesn't do some rollovers correctly. And, yeah, it breaks in a few. So I paused it after every single calculation so I could verify that it works every time. But I think for 60 months. That's a while. That's quite a while. This is like half a decade. It's a while. Now, probably the only person who has graphical solutions. Oh, with the animation stuff. That's one thing I really wanted to make sure I had. You know. But in a second here, well, actually not in a second, but in a few of these. I think it's like when it knocks over from 2,000 to like 4,000 or 3,000, somewhere in there, maybe 4 to 5, they get incorrect. The bottom number will be incorrect. See, it already started to happen. It was before I even, before I thought it was going to happen, it happened. Basically, I think I'm taking a bit of a naive approach to that, and, I want to fix it. So, that's where I'm going to start, I think. Yeah. Hydro opener VM. Stepping through the program on my host machine using Wine Debug. That does not sound like fun. Give open the calendar this year. That's because I'm working on my bot. In other news, I'm really liking HTMX and really hating Streamlabs. Hate towards Streamlabs, I feel is justified. Well, a second. I need to fix that one line. I can't see half my chat. Hang on. Gotta fix that here. Hang on. That doesn't really help. I need this to go behind the camera real quick. Hang on. That kind of works. It works, but much better actually. All right. So there's no light behind the teleprompter glass, so it actually reflects everything. But yeah. Big Blaster, how you doing? Is it normal to use Mint on VirtualBox as my dev environment? I mean, I'd use it on bare metal if anything, but I mean, you do you. I have run Linux VMs in like a Windows environment to do dev stuff, so it's not, you know, the worst thing in the world. Oh. You're doing the visual stuff a lot more thoroughly than I am. I'm just putting my variables in a buffer that, and my copies on this to the screen. Well, yeah. So I mean, like, I figure I kind of have to, right? Because I don't want it just to be like boring or whatever. Because I've seen that kind of crap, right? And it's just I don't like it, you know. For instance, with I gotta sneeze. I think. Hang on. Excuse me. There's a ROM out there that does brainfuck, but it just prints out like freaking Hello World. You'd never know, right? It doesn't actually go through any of it to prove that it's doing it. You gotta like, you know, debug the freaking ROM to oh yep, it really is. I don't like that. I want to like visually prove, I guess, that this is where I'm looking. This is what I found. And, you know, my aim is not speed here for this. My aim is to, like, half the equation is like, all right, well, how would I visualize this thing? Like, how would I visualize what I'm actually doing here? You know? And for part one, anyway, it's rather straightforward with the how would I visualize kind of thing, where I'm just highlighting a character. Part two, the reason I've got the two corners here is because I'll separate those for the words. Well, I mean, in this one it wouldn't do it, but like if it did, it'd have the upper bounds on there and the lower bounds over here, kind of thing, right? Yeah. But yeah, so this is wrong. This is clearly wrong. So I need to figure out why, number one. But number two, I need to actually have a look at that code again, because I haven't looked at it in a while. So yeah, and explaining how, what it's doing will probably help me. Hopefully, it'll help me identify some shortcomings in it. So it happens after everything's found, right? So one input calculation thing happens over multiple frames, right? So it only checks a single character per frame, so I can, you know, animate it nicely. And after it finds that, it takes one frame for each of these values to draw, right there. And then once it's done drawing that, the combined is when it actually does the calculation of adding that to the running balance, right? The running total down here. And then I'm drawing the first running balance, and then I'm waiting a frame to get that drawn, right? And then I'm calculating that second line there, which is supposed to be a little more flexible with the size of the number there. Because that's the main reason why I want to change how that works, is because sure, for this day, the number's kind of small, but for other days they're kind of large, right? So I want to be able to do more than just like 5 characters, right? So that's part of getting a like a generic kind of number display thing going, right? Yeah, so where is it? So set the sprite buffered length. I think this, no. I think it was Oh yeah, so this is writing that second value. Second value 3. We'll be writing 3. And then it does a little bit of math. Well, a little bit of math to combine them. My Discord just freaked out. Cool. Neato. Yeah, I do still have internet. Okay, we're good. My running sum is 16 digits, in part to be sure, but also in part just to show I can. Yeah. Yeah. So this one multiplies one of the numbers by 10 using a lookup table, just to get them, correct, so I can combine those two. Because I don't have like a string cat essentially, or yeah, and a conversion between ASCII and binary. And then this right here is what, well, this right here. Okay. This writes out the 23 combined, and then after I wait for another frame, this one here is the previous. Why are the fans freaking out? My Discord kind of started to crap itself, which is cool. I'm gonna kill that real quick so the fans will stop. Okay, the fans stopped. Yeah. So yeah, this does the first value, the 1949. It does that one correctly. We are actually checking this value against an entire table of values. Epic, how you doing? Welcome. And then after that, I'm trying a different way, a new way of doing things. So this gets the combined again, I think. Why does it do that? I should just... Oh, because that's in ASCII, isn't it? So I take it from binary, not from ASCII or anything like that. Yeah, so it's in binary, right here. Something's apparently broken there. Here plus 4 ASCII digit number. Yeah, 4 plus. Yeah, so something's broken. Somewhere around here. But this is just combining the two. Yeah. Well. No, this is adding it on to the running sum. So bin number should, in theory, be the running sum. My phone ding. Twitch is being a jerk. You be quiet over there, Epic. And then here is where the bulk of the processing happens to convert. We'll jump to that in a second. That's where everything's pretty much broken. And then this, what the hell does this do? Oh yeah, so this copies over from the ASCII number over to the tile buffer to actually get it drawn on the screen. So if we go over to bin to ASCII, a binary something converting that to ASCII for display. That's the plan, yes, and it doesn't work right. Yeah, that's the plan. So I can easily, like, during calculation, I could easily set the or increment the numbers. The idea being, I could do multiple calculations per frame, kind of, right? And I could speed that part up and only, like, every frame just grab the current value of whatever calculation I'm doing and drop that on the screen or whatever, right? At least easier for that. That's the idea. I don't know. Doesn't work though. Doesn't work. So the idea is, what is the idea? First we blank out the ASCII number, the destination, and then for the low number, what are we doing? are we doing? Oh, right. So we're going. All right. Yeah. So I'm inspecting it bit by bit. That's what this table over here is, right? Which is really main. No, not that one. Number table. This guy here. It's nonsense because I wasn't gonna do any math about it. So basically, what happens is I look at the least significant bit, right? So I look at the last bit right there, and then I use that kind of as a lookup into this table here, right? So why am I only doing 4 though? Hang on, what the hell? Oh, these are the 5 digits. Right. Yeah, so I'm using that as a lookup into this table here. So for the first bit, I'd be adding 0 to the ASCII byte in the thousands column, right? 10,000s column, excuse me. Yeah, and then I'm looking at the next bit, or the next decimal column, down to the end there, or rather the other direction around. Starting at the right, working left. That's why it's at 4, going down to 3, 2, 1, 0. Right. Oh God. Yeah. So this one. After doing all the changes I have planned for my bot, I'm looking to get an HTMX PR for moving. Oh boy. Sure. All right. Right. So. This one, yeah, so it loads up the number in the column first, and then adds that to the column and handles the overflows. That's what this bin add thing is for specifically handling overflows into the next digit. And this is the part that I think I have wrong, because I'm not what's it? Handling it correctly, I guess. Yeah. I was trying to. Yeah, it's terrible. I realize that, and I'm explaining it like horribly. I'm not doing a good job explaining it. I'm not doing a good job explaining it at all. We'll see the test of my infrastructure. My friend told me she's hosting MoveNet. Oh, really? Moved tonight. When she told everyone else, and the site it wasn't running. Now I have more incentive to make it better. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, so that's always the trouble, you know? It's like if I'm not using it, like, the incentive isn't necessarily there, you know? But yeah, so the idea is I've got 5 ASCII zeros essentially. It's technically BCD, but like not as packed until the end, where in the end I actually add hex 30 to it to make it ASCII, right? So ignore that part. But anyway, so for the first digit there, it would look at the last one, and add 1 to that if it was set, right? And it also look at the other ones, at the other columns, rather. But because it's the first bit, it's only a 1, so none of the other columns actually are doing anything, right? So it's just adding, loading up 0, loading up 0, loading up 0, and loading up 0. But then it's jumping down to this down here. We've got a 1 loaded up, clear the carry, add that to what's already in there, right? And I'm going to store it in there. And then from there, it goes on and adds any... Oh, yeah, that wouldn't really matter, actually. Adding the overflow, I don't think. Because ideally, at the start of all this, right, we're going to be at... The highest we can be at is 9. Well, I suppose if you add another 9, you get 18. Yeah. Well, no, that wouldn't overflow it. So that wouldn't actually matter ever because it wouldn't overflow. Right? It wouldn't overflow that byte, rather, because that... It'd have to hit 255 to overflow the byte. Yeah. It would have to hit 255 to overflow the byte. And then I'm just way out of it. Right? So these guys here don't actually matter at all. Yeah. Then I'm even like I'm emulating BCD. So I'm not even using real BCD, right? Yeah. So what I am doing down here is I am checking for the BCD overflow, right? But I'm only doing it like, oh, if you're over 10 once, not like in a loop, which I think I should be doing. I think? Should I? I don't know. At any rate, these don't matter as far as I'm aware. Let's see if just removing that breaks it worse. Because I'm curious now. All right. Those are doing bugger all. I had those in there. I didn't even need them in there. I did, like, reload the thing, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, they weren't even doing anything. They were doing nothing. All right, 890, 902, 336, 937, 961, 1014. This one's good. 1088. This one's also good. 1113. Okay. 1181. 1257. I think it might be after this one. Nope. 1324. 1423. Is it after this one? Nope. Where the hell was it? There it is. Okay. And that was the other one I was looking at. Yeah. All right. So something's broken. I need a... Let me reload that. And let me get a debugger. And let me get the memory viewer off to the side there, because I do want to see where it's reading for that one. So I can, like, grab it as it reads. Because it does check values, right? And that happens after all of the animation, all that kind of crap. I want to see where it's doing that. These are the values. Verify that, I guess. Okay. $17.89 was the last good one. Okay. Well, I'm looking at it over here too, so I can see where it stops. So I can put a breakpoint there at the very least. $14, $15, $16. Okay. $17.89. Okay. That was this one there. That was 6. Yep. Okay. You're right. So let's set a breakpoint on the previous one. And then we're gonna Yeah, okay. So this is right after it draws that top line there. So I'm going to reload. Start. I have it on pressed, not on like held or whatever like that. I probably should have taken it. Probably should have removed it. All right. All right, then we're going to turn on that one. Turn off the other one. Not that it really matters at this point. All right. Okay, so at this point, let's make this one a little bit smaller. Video size 2x. Give me the tilemap viewer. Oh, no, it's the next one. Well, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. 1883 is what we should be getting. So let's go ahead and get rid of some stuff here. Oh, actually, I don't need to get rid of that. Let's pop out that watch window. Put that there. Put that up there. Because another one I wanted here is the so I got bin number. What is it called? What did I call it? ASCII number, and that's 5. So ASCII number, and there's going to be 5 of those, and comma U. Okay. Actually, that can be hex. That can be hex. Yeah, it's actually a little easier to read that way. All right. So this is going to get the number for that. So 1883. Put that in hexadecimal. 75B is what we should have in bin number. In this one here. 75B. All right. Not that. I have 65B. No, I have 6FD. What the hell? Wait. This didn't update. Why didn't the watch window update? What the devil? 65B down here. Okay, this is... Get out of there. 65B. I should have 75B. Why the hell do I not have 75B? So it might not even be the binary to ASCII. It might just be I can't add. What? What am I doing wrong here? Yeah, so fix me. This one's correct apparently. Something goes wrong there. Was it the overflow on that? Like, did the overflow just not work? So what was it before? It was 1789 before. Okay. 1789, which is 6FD. Right. So that should have overflowed. And should have set the carry, right? Right? Let's go ahead and add this breakpoint over here. That's yeah, that one's gone. I'm going to go ahead and remove that pause that I've got going. This guy here. Make that again. I'm going to come over to... No. Here. This should stop on the previous one. Or rather, it should stop once it reads the checked value, which happens before this draw. Before the bit ASCII calculations. It didn't. Okay. Where did I put that breakpoint? I put that breakpoint way the hell out there. Okay. What the fuck? God damn it. You know, let's just do it like this instead. All right. Not that one. Not that one. Probably move the data. Oh, you're right. It would. Yeah, it would have moved that data. Yeah. Because all that data's at the very end of everything. We're looking for 1789. 1756, 1789. All right. So now, 94. Okay. What is that in hex? 94 in hex is 5e. Yeah, FD plus 5e plus plus FD 1 5b. Okay. So I'm gonna load up the index, load up that, and it with that. Clear carry. What? Wait a minute. Hold up. No! I'm only getting... Well, okay, so it's... Oh, that's jank as hell. Okay, so I'm adding the 2 digits separately. I'm adding 4, then I'm adding 90. Which, I guess... I suppose... Oh, I don't like that. But that would be why, because I don't check overflow here, because this is where the overflow happens. That's where the carry happened. Yeah. That's where it happened. That's still good. Let's get rid of these 2 guys. I don't need them anymore. All right. I figured it was something like not overflowing correctly. I was just looking at the wrong spot. That fixed it. All right, let's see if it breaks anywhere else. Yeah, that explains why it happened so far. Yeah. Yeah, because that low byte had to be high enough to overflow on that first add. Yeah. I mean, I suppose I could have mitigated that if I combined the values first and then added that value to the it'd be a 8-bit to plus 16-bit add, right? So I wouldn't have had to worry about overflow in that case. Because here the numbers are guaranteed to be under 100, which is less than half of a full value for a byte, right? For a uint, anyway. Yeah, that looks like it took care of it. Now, what's the frame actually look like with this? I'm curious. Event viewer. Like, how far into the frame are we for this kind of stuff? Actually, we're not gonna be very far at all, are we? So we're gonna breakpoint on that one. Go to location, and then we're going to draw on that one. And where are we? Oh, we're still in NMI for literally everything. I'm waiting for like 90% of the frame, so I don't even need to worry about literally anything for this. So this doesn't need to be fast because I am waiting so much for just a frame. All right. No, so I'm not really... I didn't really change how that happened because of speed. I changed how that calculation was done to be easier to expand digit-wise. That's why I did that. It still needs to be cleaned up a bunch. Because I want to use loops for that stuff. I don't want to have to, like, you know. Yeah, I don't want to have to keep adding crap, you know, different levels and whatnot. What does this go up to again? I forget. Answer part 1. 54,000. Okay. It's gonna take a hot minute there. Let's go ahead and close out of some of this stuff so my fans stop freaking out. Well, especially this guy here. That's a big one. Yeah, my fans stopped. Calm down a little bit now. Yeah. This videos, 16 is not my limit. I could go both larger and smaller. Right. Yeah. So that's the idea. Is I want to use loops so it's easier to go beyond 16-bit, right? Ideally, I want to be able to handle 64-bit numbers, because I don't think anything in Advent code will go above that. I could be wrong on that. That'd be funny though if they had something that just went higher than 16-bit numbers for some of the solutions. Which I found out, by the way, this calculator thing can't go that high. That's as high as this guy goes. This is 32-bit. I like how when I highlight, it just disappears with letter. So this calculator is a 32-bit calculator, apparently. Which is dumb. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like that took care of it. It's taking forever, though. Absolutely forever. I'm taking the time to just animate everything. Part 2 is going to take even longer. Because, again, I'm going to animate all that. Oh, it's going to take it's going to take exponentially longer. So, it's going to do this part of it, right? Where it looks for a number. But then it's also going to look for the words as well. Oh, that's going to be terrible. Would I want to show which word I'm looking for at any given time? I don't know. So, because look for the words is like a multi-byte thing, right? No, I wouldn't want to do that actually. I don't think. 54338. Almost there. It's almost there. It's almost there. This only takes like 20 minutes. Start up Discord again. While that's doing its thing. Oh, and Discord fired right up. Was it? Did Discord actually close? I don't think it did. Whatever, it's fine. Fantastic. That still works. Okay, good. God damn. All right, so we're gonna get rid of this stuff. So that's not mid anymore. Now it's just gonna be overflows. It's like MIDI. 1, 2, 3, 4. God, I hate this. I want to expand this to make it better. I want to turn it to loops, but I don't want to do that right now, honestly. If I'm being honest, I don't want to do it right now. I'm leaving that as is for now. We're gonna comment out that stuff for now. And then buffer running. Yeah. We're gonna just take this. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna put it down there. Comment that out. Yeah. Oh no, that was correct. All right. So we're using the other method now. So that's part 1. Let's see if we can get part 2 now. Part 2. All right. Part 1. Part 1. So we're gonna do the same thing with a lot of stuff actually. So we're gonna grab a bunch of this. Part 2. Paste it there. We're going to make part 2 waiting, and then part 2 start. Part 2 waiting, and then part 2 start. Same idea where it, shows press start or whatever. Although, for these, I probably could have like a... Doesn't matter, I'm not doing it that way. I could have like a combined construction portion and a separate, like, depending on what you selected on the menu before, you go to the part 1 or 2 stuff. Or just have like, hey, if we're doing part 2, we're gonna also do all this stuff over here. But no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so clear out the press start. All right. Does that. What is this? This is clearing out the buffered tiles. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, it's clearing out that. Set up the sprite overlay. So these are for the orange and blue things. This is setting up the sprites themselves, the sprite IDs, and this is setting up their palettes and rotation. The positions are set up through a different function. All right, so we're gonna write some text. Total lines, text loop. This should really be like its own frickin' function. You know what? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Let's get rid of all that. And this is just going to be both start like that. Did I commit? No. Oh, I don't even have this. I don't even have this added yet. Right, because yeah, I know I didn't have it added yet because I didn't. I'll do that in a commit later. It's fine. It's fine. Add fontcher main makefile ness to header ness nrom numbers. No, I want. What the hell do I want? Oh no, it. Oh fuck! Come on, that one. It grabs this from above. Okay, I do actually want to add the vowels though. I do want that in there. Add vowels.i. What the hell is numbers? Oh, right, some debugging crap. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Ignore the bin folder entirely. Add that. All right. 6502 ASM. Add day 1, part 1. There we go. Okay. I need to clean this a little bit, but whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so part 1 start, part 2 start, and then both start. Part 2 start. Jump. Both start. And this, we're just going to use, we'll use it in here, it's fine. Actually, no, I could just use the menu selection. The action doesn't matter. Cursor sprite. What the hell is this? Oh, right, that blanks out the cursor sprite. Fine. Clear screen, jump there. Doesn't actually matter. We are going to clear that. We're going to jump over to both start instead. So we're not gonna, we don't care about any of this actually. We do want to clear that out and with the NMI. Going right to both start and then load up menu selection. Temp.text the main ASM menu actions All right, part 1 run and part 2 run. Yeah, we're actually just gonna take this, put it there, and put that there. I know for part 1, this is just gonna jump literally to the next line. I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. All right. Then we're going to come down here to part 2 run. Well, part 1 run. And then over here, part 2 run. Oh, because that doesn't exist yet. Part 2 run. All right. So, this stuff is going to be the same, where it buffers some lines, like that. And then you know what? We're going to put this into a reset screen is what we're going to do. We're going to put that in there. So we're going to grab that, put it all in there. All right, last move's values, combine val. Yank that over here. Put it down there. All right. Now, JSR, reset, screen. JSR, reset screen. There it goes, because that's always going to be the same at the beginning. It's going to clear out the previous screen's the previous input line's values. It's going to get the next input. Well, first it's going to get the next input line, or rather, first it's going to move the sprites off screen. Then it's going to get the next input line. Right, that's that read line there. Then it's going to buffer 3 of those lines, but it's going to draw the 3 lines, up to 3 lines anyway. Then it's going to clear out just the values. The values over here, the numerical values, not the text, but just the values. But not the running balance. Not that one. That one stays there. So just the first, second, and combined. That's all it gets rid of. All right. So we are going to be using this as well. This, but it's going to be a little bit, well, kind of different. Find first digit. Glasses, how you doing? Been amazing since you've seen code like this. Welcome. All right, so this is going to be part 2. First digit index. Hello, what's up? How you doing? How's your day? How's your weekend? And then from there, we're going right into looking for the first word. Now, in order to look for the words, I need to know what I'm looking for. So, go all the way down here. All the way down to the bottom. Up a little bit. Part 1 test value. No, okay. I'll leave that there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Number words. These I'm gonna have to sort, I think. No, I won't. No, I'm not gonna have to sort these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. We're going to be starting at 0, though. Like that. And then like that. And then, oops. Like that, like that, like that, like that, and then like that. Okay. Dot word. No, not dot word. ASCII Z. 0. Trash 80 arrow. Oh my god. Better know that you're home. Right. But on the road working. Oh. Well, welcome home, I guess. Alright, 0. 1. No, we're not gonna search for that in the text, actually. There, that's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why I started spelling 6 with a C. 7, 8, 9. And I can use the index into this as its value to add. But we need to start looking, oh boy, at all of them. This is going to be a royal pain in the butt. So, word first. Word first. All right. So for this, we're gonna have a few loops. The first one, the outermost loop, is gonna be looping over the words. It's gonna be looping over. No, the outermost loop is going to be looking over. We will reuse. Will not reuse. We are going to be using this loop here. This loop here. Yeah. Okay. So up here is just looking for the digit. After we're done looking for the digit, we're going to start looking for the word. So we're not going to have a separate loop to iterate over the characters. So we're only going to look at each character once in this loop, kind of. Yeah, I mean, we're going to look at that first character a bunch, but don't worry about it. This X here isn't going to change very much. I mean, it will, but don't worry about that. All right, so word loop. This loop is going to iterate through this. Why am I using Y? Oh, that's... What is in Y? Transfer A to Y, transfer A to X. I'm not using Y for anything right now. I don't think. Oh, I am. I'm using it for this. So left and right side of that. Interesting, the puzzle doesn't allow for 0 as a digit, but if you want the index to be a value, might as well keep it in. Really? Like it doesn't have 0 as a digit anywhere? Really? Wow. Okay, there is no 0 in there. 1 through 9. I'm keeping it in there because that makes it not terrible. Less terrible. Less terrible. It's still gonna be terrible, but not as bad. Because then I wouldn't have to do an offset for what's it? An offset for yeah, the index or whatever. Yeah, there's no 0 in there. I have not to check for 0 as a digit, but I suppose it makes sense to not have that on either. Yeah. It doesn't even have the word 0. Yeah. An offset for yes, it that. Exactly. See, you get it. You get it. You understand. I'm gonna be clobbering Y in this. That's fine. If I clobber it, I can clobber it after it. It's fine. It doesn't matter because it's already been used. Because that was used in Inspector Sprite or set the Inspector Sprite. That's already been used, so I can clobber it. It's fine. Don't shut up. It's fine. So we're gonna load Y0. Then over here we're gonna transfer A to Y. No, Y to A. ASL A. Ooh. I'm using X. I do not want to get rid of X because X is the start line. The start where I'm shit. Because I'm nesting loops here, I have to store these somewhere. I gotta either push them to the stack or I've gotta put them in a variable. I'll just put them in a freaking variable. Part 2, yeah, way too few indexing registers. Way too few. Word index. Res 1. What else? You can even see that over there. Even though I've got the green screen going. So the word index I've got. I'm gonna need part 2. Inspect index res 1. No, store X. That's gonna be part 2 inspect index. That's what that is. Load Y0. Store Y into part 2 word index. Look in the air. We should be happy we got 2, right? I should be happy that I have as much RAM as I do. No. I'm gonna you Atari. No, what I don't understand is why this is like my 4th rewrite of my website. Whoa. The words I was talking about, the actual digits, I believe. Oh my god, looks for. All right. So now, load A, the word index. And we're going to increment the word index. We're going to ASL that. And then we need the a pointer to the correct one. So we're going to load up number words at Y. Store that into address pointer 1 plus 0. Do a plus 0 there as well. And then do the same thing for the not the plus 2, but the plus 1. Like that. Okay. So now Char loop. This is gonna be an extra early loop. No char. Okay, so char loop. Load up. Where is it? We're loading up. Loading up. Address pointer 1 at Y. We're gonna first load Y0 like that, and then we're gonna compare that to input line at X. Load X part 2 in
He's the most
specs
powerful hacker
index.
of all time.
Savage Banana Soup, thank you for the 2-1. Appreciate that. How you doing? Welcome. My boss, who is lauded by everyone as a really intelligent person, tried to tell us that laptops don't have more than 16 gig of RAM. He told me this while I was taking notes on my personal P71 with 64 gigabytes. As we just, I'm sorry for the ads, but hello, how you doing? I'm running the ads because that disables the pre-rolls. Pre-rolls are they're worse than the inlines, I think. Because those happen as soon as you open up the stream, right? Which is terrible. So in order to not have those pre-rolls, I've turned on the others. I'm sorry, but thank you. How was your week? All right. So, first we are going to branch if equal to yes car. Right? That's gonna be down shit somewhere else. I'm sorry. Yes car. We're gonna figure out what to do down there later. But if we've gotten this far, these are all null terminated, right? So if we've gotten to the 0 here, that means we've found the full word and we're done. Right? Right. So that means we found it. So we're gonna not worry about that yet. For this one, branch not equal over to no car, like that, because we are going to go to the next. Oh no, we're actually gonna go to the word loop. I don't think I need to do anything else for that, right? We can abort early on that. So if they're not equal, it's gonna load up the next word index. And it's gonna reload that index. Okay, that should be fine. Okay. And then we're gonna increment Y and increment X. Jeff, how you doing? Welcome. Jump back over to car loop. No. Thank you, Jojo, for giving the shout out. Appreciate that. Your mod duty of the year. No more than 60 gig. I'm typing on an 11-year-old laptop with 32 gigs in it. Ah! Just wrapped up day 15. I'm a little behind. I am a tad behind. Right now, I'm actually working on day 1, part 2 in assembly. So I'm nowhere even close to current, but that's fine. That's fine. What language are you writing in? I'm curious. What language are you doing the Advent of Coden? I'm doing a variety of old and or terrible languages. The first one I'm doing for any day is PLB. Usually, well, not usually, but I'm also doing Go as a supplemental on that to help me figure out some stuff because I'm I get stuff backwards in PLB, or I just don't give the numbers enough digits sometimes in PLB. So that's cool. This doesn't look like a 5250. This is 6502. As a sanity check, yeah. I've started doing some of them in Fortran. I've started doing some of them in COBOL. I've done a Day 1 Part 1 in 6502 assembly. Yeah. So the COBOL tag and it piqued my interest. I'm not doing the COBOL right now. That's this one here. This is Day 1 Part 1 in COBOL. I'm doing Part 2 in assembly first because I think I'm gonna have to basically replicate what I'm doing in assembly in COBOL, and I don't want to write that out yet in COBOL because I'm not familiar with that. Fortran is your native, really? You're probably gonna hate how I'm doing it then. It took me like what, 30, 40 minutes, an hour maybe, just to figure out like how to read the data. How to read it. Like not even doing any of the figuring stuff out. Just how to read it. And this was oh god, what one was this? Day 6 Part 1. Day 6 Part 1. Just parsing the data was the hardest part for me. Actually, this is Part 2, isn't it? That's Part 2. I'm sorry. That's Part 2. Oh. Beautiful COBOL, but it's so verbose. It's very verbose. Yeah. You were a professional COBOL coder in the 80s. Really? Coding sheets? Not punch cards? Welcome, though. How you doing? Welcome. But yeah, so this is like the first Fortran I've ever written. This isn't the first COBOL I've written, but it's been a long while since I've written any COBOL to any real extent. Viking Coder, thank you for 23 months. Appreciate that. How's your week? How you doing?
Hi there. Another fun weekend, hopefully.
I'm hoping so too. It's a rough learning curve. I am extremely rusty. So there was a job I had a few years back that actually was COBOL, but it was in a Windows environment with like GUI shit, which is weird. I have forgotten 85% of that. It's starting to come back a little bit, but oh my god, it's painful. It's painful, especially it pains me to say this, especially working in PLB as my day job. This stuff here, which is like COBOL Light, right? It's like the worst version of COBOL, kind of, sort of, but I mean, I know how to do stuff in PLB now that I don't know how to do in COBOL. So like, that's interesting. The COBOL interview went well, I think. I haven't heard back yet. I did email the recruiter the other day. They said they liked me, but that's the last I heard. So yeah. Got your Pi 5 today. Ooh. Language these days is C#, so much better. Yeah. So Smab. Is that how you say your name? Smab. Are you doing bulk data stuff or no? Or are you doing like more quote unquote modern web centric kind of stuff or back end stuff? I'm curious. So my day job is working in a print and mail shop. We print crap on paper, put it in an envelope, mail it out the door. It's all bulk processing with fixed width text input. Something that this language actually excels at. That's kind of like what this and COBOL really were designed for, right? Where you have input text that is like a fixed width of for each of the data fields, kind of, you know. We've got a bunch of that, and I went and wrote a utility in Go to do some like data verification kind of thing and dump out some information on customer data stuff that they send us, right? Without having to run it through the main program in test mode or whatever nonsense. And something that I hated doing in a modern language was parsing fixed width data. Is a pain. Write whatever you want. Okay, all right. A lot of web data scraping and presenting in a better format for me to use. Okay, using Blazor as a front end. Not bad. Do it for Evan Code as well. All right. What do I mean fixed width data? Bitmapper Twitch. How you doing? I mean text files where. So you know what? You know how CSV works, right? Comma separated values. Yeah, comma separated values. Where you've got a field of stuff, a comma, field of stuff, a comma, field of stuff, a comma, right? Excel can export that kind of stuff, right? Fixed width is, hey, this field is 20 characters long, and then the next field starts. There is no comma to delimit. There's no pipe. There's no tilde or whatever the hell. It's just at the 21st character, that's the new field now. And that field goes for 5 characters, right? Then at the 6th character after that, that's the next field, right? That kind of stuff. So, actually, I have a perfect example of that kind of crap here. Not in this day, though. What day? Nope. Shoot, which day did I use? What day did I use the lookup stuff? Was it scratch? It might have been the scratch cards ones. Yes. Okay. This right here is a fixed width text file. Day 4. All right. So let's go over to day 4. Scratch cards. Pull. And then this is doing part 2, I believe. Yeah. Cards. Yeah. Part 2. Okay. So this is actually an indexed file. So this first column here is the index column. So I can look up lines in this file based on that first number there. And the way that a record or a line is defined, a record is defined in this file, so I could read it, is this right here. This is saying, all right, the ID, that is string characters, and it's 3 of them long. It's 3 of them long. So that means that the first 3 characters are that field. The wins, that's the second field. That is 6 characters long, right? So that goes for 6 characters, and then the last one's 8 characters long. So it's based on the size, fixed width. Yeah. I want people to use. I worked to use Blazor since it came out. I keep hearing about Blazor. I think one of the earlier versions of Fortran, variable names had to be 6 characters long or less. That sounds about right. Yeah. You have a Fortran 77 book next to you. You can check. Memories of writing COBOL and ISPF. Oh my goodness. Yeah, COBOL and friends do excel at that, right? So for this, like, I can just say, hey, this field is 3. This one's 6. This one's 8. I don't need to say. So yeah, I can just give the field lengths, the sizes, right? And because they're in a list here, well, they right after each other, right? In Go, in order to do that, number one, I have to use a library. Well, I don't have to, but I found a library that makes it easier, right? I might actually write my own just to make it even easier and more in line with this. But for that kind of library, even if you're not using a library, right? Okay, so you're reading the whole line, and you want to chop up that line. What do you do? All right. Well, you find the first character, and then you find the last character, right? The 2 indexes for that. So there's 2 numbers there, right? So okay, you get them all mathed out or whatever, right? Fine, sure. I added a new field. I'm done adding that field. Well, I mean, I'm done adding that field. I didn't have to do any math. I just said, you know what? That field's right in between these 2. It's 4 characters long. The language goes, yup, got it. In Go, in a modern language, I'm like, all right, so now that character started, I've got to figure out where that one ends. Okay, now I have to change every single field after that. I have to change the start index and the end index God forbid I get the numbers wrong. For something small like this, I mean, all right, she got 3, 4, 5 fields, right? I'm working with data that's got like, God, hundreds of fields sometimes, right? Not necessarily all. Well, no, there are data files where I have 1,000 characters across. And if you've got to add something at the beginning of that, forget about it, right? You'll be there all day. Wouldn't you be using standard separator-based formats, at least for AOC? So for this again is what this language kind of excels at. So I'm only using this as an intermediate, because so reading this, right? So this right here is my setup line for it. This is saying, okay, this is the data file. This is the index file. This is the size of the index, and this is the total size of the line. Writing that is right here. I'm writing, each line in there. This is the initial values for that. Then I'm doing a second pass that actually does some like addition and crap, right? So this again is just we're reading it, and at that read, all 3 of those variables are filled in, right? And those variables form 6 and 8, right? That form, that means it's a number. I don't have to do any conversion. I don't have to do any like, a toy, A to I, or whatever it is, right? It's already in that format for me. I'm already done, So I can just read it and start adding stuff, right? Now in Go, the Go version of this day, let me undo all that stuff. The Go version of this day, part 2, I'm using a structure, and what is it using a lookup? I might be using a map. I'm not even using a map. I'm just using I'm using a slice. I'm just using a slice, and I'm ranging through the slice. So that's one of the shortcomings of PLB and COBOL even. Nothing's dynamic. Everything is fixed. Nothing's dynamic, right? This right here, these are all of my variables. They are initialized at the very beginning, and that is their fixed size. You can't make more variables, right? In Go, or these perfect examples here. These are arrays. They are all fixed length. They can only be fixed length. They cannot be not fixed length, right? Because everything is set in stone essentially once the program starts up. In Go, I can just be like, yeah, I found another card. We're gonna add it to the cards thing. We're just gonna add it because you have another one. Just add it to the pile, right? We can dynamically allocate things, right? So I don't need to say, oh, but we've got 201 cards. No, I just say, yeah, we got some cards. We'll figure it out, right? I can't really do that with PLB. Can't do that with PLB. Which is why I'm using that output file. And for this one, the output file isn't really a performance hit. For some of the other days, no, actually it was with this one. I think. Yeah, I had a wrong approach for this. Oh god, I don't even remember what I was doing. But it was nested like 4 times, I think, and on the innermost loop, nested loops like 4 times. And I think on the innermost loop, I was doing a read, some file IO. So that innermost loop would happen, I don't know, 12 billion times, I think. That one was slow. That one never finished. I had it running for 3 days at one point. I hit go and then went to sleep. It didn't even get halfway through 3 days in. So I killed it and took a different approach. So, yeah. Yes, at most 6 characters. Oh my goodness. Remember how happy I was when we were able to upgrade to Cobalt 85. Oh, speedy. Or, not speedy, but fancy. Yeah. I'm thinking it would be too difficult to write a Python modular handler. Wouldn't be. Probably not. I meant in Go. What do you mean in Go? Oh, yeah. So for Go, I'm not even using an intermediate file. I'm just using a slice. Because I can do that. I can just... I don't need to write out to a file for intermediate stuff. Because if you want to do variable length arrays in PLB, you write it out to a file. That's just what you have to do. If you don't know how much data you're getting in, you write it out to a file. There's actually one program at work. Oh my god, this customer actually left us for a different reason. So one of the things we print and mail are statements, like bank statements, or I appreciate that, or like medical bills, kind of, right? I think this particular customer was a hospital, so their run was like a medical bill. And what a medical bill is, okay, it's got a total at the end of it, but it also itemizes absolutely everything, right? And for whatever reason, for this one program, for all the itemized stuff, all the detail lines, not we, well, kind of we, but whoever wrote the program just added all that to an array. It'll never be more than 5,000 items. Never. It'll be fine at 5,000 items. It wasn't fine at 5,000 items. Because of course it wasn't. There was one patient or whatever that blew past that 5,000 item thing. Right? So basically, it was like some... I don't remember the details. Not that I'd be able to give you all the details anyway. But it was something like this account was billed something and then credited that same dollar amount. Right? So it was a lot of like a deduction and then a deposit kind of thing of the same dollar amount. Right? But it was like 10 pages of this shit. Right? And it blew far past. Actually, it was more than 10. It was something like 20 pages. 20 or 30 pages. So it blew far past the end of that array. And when we tried to add, n+1, that index doesn't exist, and the program crashed hard, right? Because that's not one of the errors we would check for. We check for like, oh, if this... We're reading a file, but like this index doesn't exist, right? Like, so if I was looking for, card 300 here. Well, I don't have card 300. So let's see, down somewhere. Not that one, but this guy here. That line would be like, hey, something went wrong. We didn't find card number 300, right? So what you can usually do here is like, if over, handle the error, right? End if, right? But for accessing an array, you don't have something like that. You don't have like an if over or whatever. That's a thrown exception, not a return value, right? So it died. Like the program died and burnt because it like didn't clean up after itself. It just spat out a message that was cryptic. Like the error messages in this language are terrible. Like I'll show you. Open. I'll do it here actually. Open input. Nope.txt. Nope doesn't exist, number one, and number two, I've already opened input, so I don't know what error that's actually gonna give. What is that? Part 2. That's in day 4 though. Where the hell am I? I'm in day 6, so I need to go up to day 4. Pull a book. See part 2. No errors, no warnings. Okay. Now I'm gonna DT go run. No, go pull book. Part 2. There's my error. I03 nope.txt. That is the full error. That nope.txt we wouldn't get on if we're trying to do an out of bounds, right? We just get the I whatever the hell. Actually, no, it's an F something, I think. What is it? Let me look it up real quick. Sunbelt. Support. Online manuals. Runtime. Error messages. I believe it's an F error message. Yeah, FO2. Yeah. That one right there. So you get an FO2 and then some cryptic numbers after it. And then nothing. It paused for 5 seconds and then exit. And that pause is important because all of our programs are launched off of a menu, right? Also written in PLB, right? So that error would happen. It would display it for 5 seconds and then exit the program. But when the program exits, it goes back to the menu, clearing the screen, getting rid of the error off the screen. So if you're not staring at the screen, watching it, you don't know what happened, but your reports didn't print out. The program's gone, and nothing printed out. You have no idea what happened. So, you've got to, dig into, okay, well, what happened? How did it break? Where's the error? I don't know. The error's gone. There is no error. What are you talking about? Yeah. I don't know how I got into that rant, but yeah. So, that's this language. That's why they're so short, so you can catch it. I don't know about that. How you doing, by the way? 10x. Welcome. When you have limited resources and runtimes, like submitting punch cards and waiting until the next day to see the output, you learn to program defensively. Yeah. Always the check if you go past the assumed limits. Yeah. So that's Systematic User. How you doing over YouTube? Welcome. Yeah, that's something that isn't checked at all at work. There's so much stuff where we're just like, it'll be fine, probably. This will never happen. No. In fact, I've had to go back to the customer reps or get cross with the customer reps where I go, what are the expected values here? Oh, they're only ever going to do this. They're never going to send more than one page. They're never going to send more than one detail line for this item. And I go, no. They're lying to your face. They're lying to themselves. No. What do they want to happen when they send more than one page? Well, they said they're never. I don't care. Make them answer you. That actually happened recently. Coworker of mine was implementing a change. This is like for checks or whatever, right? Oh no, this customer will never have an overflow page. It'll never overflow onto the next page. Before we even programmed the damn thing, they sent in a test file that had overflow to the second page. The thing wasn't even live yet, and they already lied to themselves. This is why you don't trust customers. Never trust anybody, not even yourself. Kyle might put in a funny termination screw with the actual tombstone because it could never be reached. Then one day, 3 years later, it showed up on a terminal in the warehouse. Those are always fun, right? How did you get to this error, right? Like, you shouldn't be here. How'd you get here? Those are always the fun ones. God, like this. So there's another error at work that happened. I got a phone call as I was waking up, rolling out of bed. Hey, the AM run broke. Huh? What do you mean? I got an error. What do you mean an error? It says fatal error, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, oh, wait. No. That's the error message I put in because I couldn't figure out what the hell was going wrong. So I put in this big full screen error, put it in red, cleared out everything else, said, hey, something catastrophic went bad. Stop. That was basically the error. It's because I put in a bunch of different checks in a bunch of different places, right? Oh no, ads, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Very few code reviews, but yeah, code reviews. I'll wait. Oh, nice. Take these. Oh. Huh? ASCII 114. I mean, I guess. Don't know why it needs those. What a couple of those that exist basically for the compiler is wrong and generated bad code. Panic, unreachable. Yeah, right. Challenge accepted. That's what that is. That's what that is. Oh, you think you can't get here? Oh, you think I can't get there? I'll find a way. All right. The ad's done now. The ad should be done now, right? Hopefully. But yeah, so I had put in a bunch of checks all over the place, right? And one of them was after like an indexed read, right? But like a check wasn't there before because so this index read we index the input file, right? So we grab the input file and it starts with like a sequence number and like a record type, whatever, and that's what we use as the index. I think, or maybe just a sequence number on it, but that's unique to that file, right? So we read through the index, we write out some other files, send them over to somewhere else, and we get those files back. And then once we get those files back, they're in a different order, right? So we get in when we get in data, it's usually sorted and grouped by like the sub customer of the bank or whatever, right? But each of those customers like are mailing to different places, right? So it's just in like a random ass order from there. We send it over to this postal stuff, this postal set of programs, to get this whole job, that whole run, sorted into postal order, right? So it groups everything by like zip code, essentially, to put it simply. It does more than just that, but for our purposes here, sorts it into zip code, right? Which means that the data we're working with now is no longer in the same order as when it came into us, right? We still need data from the original data set to join it back in and barf out a print file, right? So that's why we index the input file in the first place. So we index the file, we read through it, send it over to postal, and then we get the data back in a different order. But we still need to, get some information out of the original file. So this data came from the file. So when we look up this data in that file, it should be there. We assume it will be there. Guess what wasn't there sometimes? The data we read earlier, for some reason, just went... For whatever reason, the first, 3 lines of the file just disappear. It disappears. Who knows though, right? But that's just the thing. So, in order for us to have that data at that point in time, it had to have existed in the file we are reading. Otherwise, we would not have that data at all, right? So yeah, I don't know how. It happened a bunch in freaking June, and then nothing until 2 days ago. And it just suddenly broke. Yeah. Back to doing UFC. Yeah, I'm a little behind. Yeah, not gonna lie. We're in some of those super simulations should be unreachable, but if I'm wrong, at least it'll panic instead of go silently bad. Yeah. Yeah. Reminds me of when I was using ASP.NET Core and serving a file, and it kept only serving the first 69 bytes of the file, and I could not figure out why. Did you ever figure out? Did you? Nice. Yeah. So there's a few times here where, like, in Advent of Code, where, like, the math checks out and the examples run fine. The example data that I'm given for Advent of Code. Oh, where's this one? Let's go to this one here. Like the example works fine, right? But then I go to actually run the full data, and it's way the hell off, apparently. I'm like, what happened? What am I doing wrong? 9 times out of 10, it's because... Oh, come on. Oh, man. It's because in one of these forms, I didn't give it enough digits. Because just like COBOL, PLB doesn't handle numbers based on bit width. It doesn't do 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit numbers. It doesn't do that. It goes, this number has 3 digits in it. 3 digits. That's what fits in here. There was an issue at work, actually, a while back. And another piece of software that does like internal accounting bullshit. It had enough characters for 7 digits. 7.3. 7 whole numbers, 3 decimal. Right? It's a dollar amount. Right? It's positive $1 million. Right? One customer, they were a little late on their payments. And this customer allegedly is the only one we front money for postage. It's not, but whatever. Which means they are consistently negative. But they, you know, pay up to roughly 0 every once in a while, right? Or at least get close to it, right? They were late one month. And be like, oh, it's going to be another week or so until we can wire you some money. Well, that's a problem because you're at negative $700,000 right now. And you use about $100,000 a day. You've got like 4 days until something goes a little wrong. So something kind of went, well, they didn't, no one knew. No one saw this coming because of course they didn't, right? Because the negative sign is stored with everything, and the negative sign is counted as a digit. So it can go, this number could go from negative $999,999, right? From that low point up to 9,999,999, right? So it went past negative $900,000. And instead of going to negative $1 million, it went positive $1 million because it did the math right. But then when it went to store the resulting number back into the file, it put 8 characters into a 7-character field and chopped off the minus sign. Oops. Suddenly they have a lot of money in their account now. I had to fix that. The person that originally wrote that program retired a decade ago. Nobody else touched that program for a decade. So I spent about a month figuring out the hell was the program for. What does it do? How does it work? Who uses it? How do they use it? What is their workflow in this program? What did all these numbers mean? I had to figure out all that crap and then fix it. At first, I did a patch, right? So they sent in their wires, their money wires, right? And then after that, I recalculated a bunch of history, not changing the sizes of anything. And okay, well, these lines say that's positive $1 million. Those are really actually negative $1 million. Don't worry about it. All the numbers still added up fine, right? Fast forward a few months, getting the email. Hey, so they're gonna go negative $1 million again? What? Yeah. So did you like fix it permanently, or no? No, I didn't. So I spent 2 weeks trying to figure out fixing it permanently. I got the forum access. I haven't logged in yet because I got that today. But yes, I did Epic. So the problem that I ran into is that okay, so all these forms they were like balance form 7.3, right? That's what it looked like. I had to change all those to 8.3. So I'm like, all right, so I know I need to change the ones that write to the file. Okay. Well, hang on. These are calculated numbers. I need to change the intermediate value, the intermediate temporary variables as well. Otherwise, it'll chop it off and just I'll have the same result, but everything will just be bumped over, kind of, sort of. You could still store that value in the data, but like that's never going to get there because it's being lost in the math. So eventually, I went, all right, screw it. Every number that is 7.3, every single one across all the programs, that's going to be 8.3 now. Shut up. Every single number is changing. So I changed it, right? I changed the records. The ones where, like, you know, it defines what sizes everything is in the line, and where I thought all the files used, all the programs used. Turns out that some of them use their own structures for the file that I didn't check. They were still 7.3. So that broke live data after I moved it live, but not for 3 days because no one touched that particular function for like 3 days. And this particular function was just changing the the customer service representative's initials on an account, because that data was stored in the same file that the balances were stored in. So when it read the record, it chopped shit off where it shouldn't chop shit off, and then it wrote it back incorrectly, which broke everything. And it took me a hot minute to figure that out too, to find out where the hell it was breaking. That's the hardest thing. Writing code from scratch is pretty simple, but having to get inside the head of the guy or team, there's a guy that made something else. Yes. That is a skill that isn't really taught, I don't think, in school especially. That is a very important skill. Being able to debug someone else's code. It's called reverse engineering. Yeah. That and not even necessarily reverse engineering if you have the source code, the actual source code that person wrote, right? Like, it's not decompiled anything. It's that actual source code, right? Because then it's more of archaeology than anything. Still called reverse engineering. I call it archaeology. I call that one specifically archaeology. Where you're trying to figure out what were you thinking when you did this? Why? I'd rather call it unfucking. You know. But yeah, I had to do a lot of archaeology of like discovering new things in that program. Oh dear, I'm a relic. Yeah. But yeah. So the VP of this company was under the impression that the Ancient One that still works at my company was the one that wrote this program. So he's just like, oh, ask him. And I'm like, I did. He laughed at me because he didn't write the damn thing. Oh, I thought he wrote it. No, the other guy wrote it. They retired a decade ago. Yeah, and the guy that I call the Ancient One, he is like 73, I think, and still kind of works part time. I think just to like, you know, keep him active is what is why he still does it. But he's a great guy. He's a great guy. Really laid back. What the fuck is this person thinking? Who was it anyway? Oh, it was Mill. It was me. Still, what the hell was I thinking? Yeah, I've done that before. There's been many times. Yeah, well, not many times, because let's be honest, a lot of the code I've worked on has been in my own repo or shit that I know for a fact that I've written. So it's like, oh, I certainly wrote this because I'm the only one that has put code in this repo. But there have been times where I've worked on worked in a repo that's not just me, and I go, who the hell wrote this? I'd like to have a word with them. Get blamed. Oh, I should get a mirror then, I guess. All right. Happened more than once. When will the Ancient One be referred to as the one older than time itself? I don't know about that. No. Hence the golden rule of comments. Write them for yourself, because 99% of the time you'll be the one that needs them. Yeah. So, God. So there's this township down in Florida somewhere that we have stuff for, right? Because we do like water stuff and like electric bills and all that kind of crap too, right? But our plant in Florida typically handles the Florida stuff, right? So it's this water utility down there somewhere, right? And throughout the year, it's mostly just like bills, right? And the Florida plant handles that fine because that's whatever. My plant is the one that mainly does checks. Once a year, this utility sends out checks. A lot of checks. What was it? It was... No, not that. It was, hang on. So, times... 200,000 checks? Almost? Joe Mega, thank you for 37 months. How you doing? Welcome. How's your week? Yeah, 200,000 checks, roughly, give or
and
take,
another
right?
month. Where is that time going?
Time's gone. It's just gone. But this job is a once a year job, right? That my branch runs. Only happens once a year, ever. Well, not ever, but yeah, once a year, December it happens, right? So it just ran the other day. I think it's gonna be mailed out like in next week, I think. But this code, well, obviously was there before I was. Someone else had their hands in it though. This guy, legitimately, he was high every day. I know he was because he told me point blank, which I thought was funny, but I understand more of his code now. Because he was high when he wrote it. Anyway, this particular one did some really jank shit, right? Did some really weird stuff, right? Like, so if you try to open a file that doesn't exist, it throws an error, right? So what he would do to see if a file existed, what a lot of people did to see if a file existed, yeah, not PP guy, not PowerPoint guy. They would do, okay, open a file. But before that, trap no file if IO, right? Which means, okay, so we're going to set an exception, right? Exception handler, that's what this is, right? we're going to use the no file label for this exception handler of IO, right? So when you try to open a file that doesn't exist, it fires off that exception, right? So right when this happens, it would jump to the no file label and do its thing, right? There's a better way to do that, even idiomatically. There's a better way to do that. I do not miss that guy. But okay, so this one, the data would come in a zip file. It'd be the data, and like allegedly at one point it had like counts. So it would have how many checks were in the run. We use that as a sanity check. If they were wrong, something ain't right, we need to go back to the customer and verify some things, make sure we're reading it correct, all that kind of stuff, right? Well, apparently, they just said, you know what? We're not going to send those anymore. Deal with it. So instead of just removing that code that did the check, instead of doing any of that, they modified the exception handler. Be like, you know what? Ignore that exception. Jump over here. And continue onwards like nothing happened. So that effectively jumps over a bunch of code. And there was a bunch of back and forth because I wasn't reading the exception handler, because the exception handler name was like file error or something like that, right? Which is like it was a common label that we used in every program, right? A common name anyway. So I didn't think to check it. I just went, hey, their test data is missing this file. It's not going to run. Then I ran it, and it ran fine. And I'm like, what? So I went through a bunch of stuff, right, in that program and picked it apart. And because it's a once-a-year thing, I went, you know what? Hang on, stop. I am not going to remember this next year. I wrote out like 4 paragraphs of comments at the beginning of that source file, being like, hey, this is what happens in this file. Ignore this. This is what it goes through. This is what it looks like is supposed to be in the zip file, but this is what's really checked for in the zip file. If the counts are found, we read the file and ignore it. We don't even check the counts to anything. So I doubt they were even used in the first place. Cool. Bunch of that kind of crap. So that was 2 years ago. A year ago, I think. Actually, last year, I think it was. This year, I forgot all of that, right? So this year, but I knew that, like, I needed to find this. I needed to find that program, and I needed to look at that program just to make sure that, like, you know, all right, what is it? What file name does it look for? Right? I make sure that the input file is correct before I even run it, kind of thing. I knew where it was, so I went to the source file, and I opened it up, and I'm greeted with an essay from past me that I had completely forgotten about. And that fucking made my day. I go, oh yeah, I remember now. I remember writing this. All right, let's read it real quick. What do I have to say? Oh, this year I did end up adding on to that because it turns out that we still had the previous year's data, and I accidentally ran the previous year's data as a live data. We never should have had that data. You had an S, I said, yeah, exactly. I had it, so I didn't have to remember it. Yeah, exactly. Makes you want to go add the other code, huh? A lot of the code ain't mine there. That's just the thing. I do add it into code that I do touch. But a lot of the code is not my code. But like whenever I do something that's kind of convoluted in something, right, that doesn't really make much sense, or something that I know that like, oh, well, this is a magic number that I'm using here. Why am I checking for this customer number kind of thing, right? I drop in a paragraph of like, hey, this is to add so-and-so because of this. See task number for details. Not my code is even more. Rather, code that I don't modify. That I'm not in modifying anything in, you know? Remember, I don't have source control at work for the vast majority of things. I'm still fighting for this shit. For once, Passy was not an idiot, right? On the rare occasion, my past self did something smart. Oh, God. But yeah, there's so much garbage code there that just needs to be rewritten. And I don't want to bring it up with my boss because she will want to rewrite it in Florida. And I'm like, no, actually, because that will eventually put me out of a job, number one. Because everything runs in Florida. I'm not in Florida. So, neat. One step from hell? Yeah. 3 years without source control. So, fucking last year, I think, I just started using it, right? So, I have bare repos scattered across a few shares. I think scattered across like 3 of them, depending on like what server I wanted to use them on, right? Because not all the servers have access to the same shares. Because of course not, that'd be too easy. So depending on which server that code resided on, I have it on a different network share. At first, I wanted to be kind of sneaky about it, right? Because when I started here, I brought it up. Hey, we should really be using Git or some sort of source control here. And they're like, no, they don't want to use GitHub. And I'm like, that's not what I said. I didn't say GitHub. I said Git. Well, yeah, they confused that anyway. No. That's not my problem if they have reading comprehension issues. Or listening issues. Give me Git. So I didn't want to get fired, right? So I just started silently creating some bare repos here and there so I could use it, right? I had a meeting scheduled actually the other day. Scheduled for Thursday at 4 o'clock. Tuesday at 4 o'clock. It was me, my boss, her boss, and his boss, who was the new CTO. 5 minutes after the meeting was supposed to start, I'm still sitting there. Her boss emails out. Boss lady's in the hospital. Meeting's got to be rescheduled. I have been bitching and moaning for 3 years for this shit. And I finally get a meeting scheduled with the 3 people that could make this happen. And it doesn't happen because boss lady's in the hospital. You need yourself twice? No. Valid excuse, but still, right? That was the one meeting I was looking forward to. I was looking forward to that meeting, okay? So there's another meeting the other day. It was actually it was earlier that day, that same day. They want to upgrade the virus scan shit at work and make it more intrusive because that can't possibly go wrong. One of the updates are actually installing on Christmas Eve, by the way, the 24th, which I'm glad I'm not doing it. At least it said rescheduled, not canceled. They did say rescheduled, but it hasn't been rescheduled yet. So, as far as I know, she was still in the hospital today. So, we'll see about next week. I don't know. And even then, next week, I don't know. But, so yeah, it was a big meeting with what's it? All of IT, right? Big meeting with all of IT and a few others. I was one of the few others. So, boss's boss and CTO were in this meeting. And the CTO was trying to explain to Dipshit, the boss's boss, I'm going to just call him Dipshit from now on, some semi-technical stuff. semi-technical, not like really in-depth configuration, coding, whatever the hell bullshit, right? He used the term DMZ, demilitarized zone, right? Basically, it's an idea of separating the outside world from your network, right? It's like air gapping, more or less, right? Like, these servers are safe because they are separate entirely. They cannot be accessed from the outside, right? That kind of stuff, right? Oh, it's proprietary, right? Yeah. As the CTO was explaining this, Dipshit's eyes glossed over. And he did not retain any of that information. And then Dipshit just started spewing word salad again. And I just saw... So, Dipshit and CTO both had their cameras on. Like, no one else did. Like, those two had their cameras on. And I saw the CTO go, what? That's not... Like, not that exaggerated, but I could see him react. Not great to what Dipshit was saying in the word salad. I burst out laughing. Yes, I made sure my microphone was muted, but I burst out laughing. Just watching the CTO just try and comprehend the fact that his immediate subordinate is a dipshit and doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Oh, that was golden. Oh my god, it was golden. Is the CTO competent? He is more competent than the dipshit. That's not saying too much right now. I haven't gotten a chance to really talk to the guy. This other meeting, the meeting was named Git/Linux server discussion. That's what I wanted to discuss with these guys. That would have been my discussion of bringing up something technical to this guy and seeing his reaction, kind of, yeah. Same batch as every management position at that place. See, he's from a different company. He was brought in because he's friends with the CEO, which is never a good sign. But he understands that running Windows Server 2012 is a bad idea, and we shouldn't be doing it. So that's at least a plus. Kind of like just being fast on the guy next to you. Sometimes you just got to be smarter. Doesn't mean you are smart. Yeah. Honestly, this is a very low bar to clear. An extremely low bar to clear. This he has some competence. Yeah. Might have more. So may end up being on your side on this. Yeah. So that's just the thing. I am cautiously optimistic. Right? So I'm not thinking that he's going to make everything perfect and better and whatever. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe he'll listen to reason. Maybe when I tell him that we have no source control whatsoever across this entire company, I'm trying to get source control implemented. Maybe he'll understand that. One thing I did understand, which I thought was hilarious, because he's been there for a week so far. 2 weeks, excuse me. We have 3 plants. All 3 plants work differently because they were originally 3 separate companies, right? So that whatever company did their thing, and then they were bought, and nothing changed, right? No, what's the word? Not compliance, but no standardization really happened, where consolidation kind of, yeah. Standardization is probably a little bit better word for that. Everyone does their own thing. Perfect example. My plant uses PLB. The New York plant, they use FoxPro. The Florida plant, they use their own homegrown C# utility. Office politics, one-party system, just like, yeah, well. But so Dipshit is based in Florida, so all he knows is the Florida way of doing things. But then the CTO is like, well, okay, that's neat that you're talking about that in your context, But dipshit, you gotta remember that New England and New York, they do things differently. Very differently. So this isn't gonna work for them like it's gonna work for you. And dipshit short-circuited and started spewing more word salad. But Florida Man could code better. It'd be more interesting to watch anyway. Unified tech stack, that don't exist here. No. New CTO reduced time to get by 6.7 years. God, I hope so. Oh. Sounds like a good time to approach him about standardization. So that's the thing. Talk about job security. In my case, no. That wouldn't be job security for me. Because the thing that everyone's trying to move to is this new GMC bullshit, which is node-based nonsense that I fucking hate. And everything everything new being written in that is being programmed in Florida. All of it. None of it is up in my location. None of it is up in New York. A bunch of jobs are moving down to Florida. I'm not in Florida. I'm in New England. I formally introduced TTG, time to get, as a new standard measurement unit. So yeah. Yeah. Isn't always good, like when the attempted standard is inappropriate. Yeah. So they have this tool down there. They call it Depop. Don't know what the hell it stands for. I like the idea, but it is tailored specifically to the workflow of Florida. Specifically to their workflow. It works well for them. It will not work well for either of the other plants. Because the other plants do shit differently. Our jobs are different. So one thing that Florida does well is stuff like that's uniform, right? Where it's every single item is a front and back. The only thing different is like the license plate picture and the name where it's going. Everything else is the same, right? Oh, everyone's getting an insert, right? Everyone's getting this insert. Oh, but this zip code, that one gets a second Spanish insert or some nonsense, right? I guess with Florida, it'd be two language anyway. But whatever, you get the idea, right? Like, oh, it's selective insert, so that means only a handful of them get this insert for thing. That's like their variation, right? My location. Our main customers are banks. Those banks have other businesses as their customer, right? So we offer to our bank customers, hey, give us your check data. We will print that check data and mail it out. Those banks turn around and go, hey, little itty bitty credit union, give us your check data. We will handle that for you, which in turn means they hand it to us. And it works well because a lot of the bank's customers are smaller volume. So the bank can grab up a bunch of the smaller volume, fold it all into one big data file, send it to us. We process the thing in bulk and then send it out. But the thing with that, okay, each of their customers has their own logo, has their own layout for the check. Some of them have inserts. That customer has an insert. Only that customer. Can I click better than the title? I'm sorry. Bad Cup, how you doing? Welcome. For the follow, appreciate that. So, like, every page is different. It is not Bash, and the best is in quotes. So that means the worst languages, okay? Like this one. PLB is the best, right? No. Exactly. But yeah, so like for our jobs, every single item could be from a separate actual customer and have a separate logo on the stupid thing. So each page could be vastly different from the page before it, and have completely different number of pages in that item. And the GMC bullshit does not play well with that at all, because the job is nowhere near uniform, right? And Florida has a hard time understanding that. It took a while for Florida to understand what a tray call was. Interestingly, neither language is on the screen as well, the one I'm working on. Yeah, no, that's this one over here. This is the Advent code for today. Well, not for today's, but like what I'm working on tonight. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, so they couldn't they had trouble figuring out tray calls. So we print checks. Okay, that's a special check stock. It's got perforation. It's got a purple background or a green background. It's got the void crap if you copy it sometimes, right? That stuff. We don't want to print the overflow pages on that. The check's only on the first page. So if you print a second page or an insert, we don't want that on check stock. We want that on plain paper. That's a different tray. It took them a week to figure out how to make this one job call for a different tray. One of those darned high-level languages. Nope. Yeah, Rust and JS, we don't touch those here. We don't do that. We do some Go though. I like Go. But no, on stream it's assembly, it's some PLB sometimes some Go. Fortran was last weekend. We did some Fortran last weekend. It was me figuring out how to use Fortran. Did this one actually work, by the way? This part 2? Did that actually work? I don't know. All right, some COBOL in there. There's that's not COBOL. Where was the COBOL? There's the COBOL. Technically, Bash is too high level too. Yeah, well. Go's my favorite garbage collected language. It's a good language. I like it a lot. I've got a bunch of utilities that work written in it. In fact, so there was this one process at work. So to print stuff, so we print and shove it into an envelope. We got these mail inserter machines. Let's see. Pitney Bowes, Bowes mail inserter machine. Come on. We got these looking things. These big bastards. What's a better view for one of these? Kind of. These kind of things, right? So on this edge over here, that's where we put the input, right? We lay it all kind of flat out like that, and it grabs that piece, and I think it might be underneath this. I think it's underneath. I think this is the folder right here. I think this folds it. It might be right underneath this, where it reads a 2D barcode, a little data matrix barcode to see how many pages it needs to grab, right? And if it needs to grab anything from these insert hoppers over there. These things. Actually, that's a too small of a picture. Yeah. So yeah. See how stuff's kind of like stacked up over there. God, that was slow. Oh, this is a new one. Yeah, so it grabs it, and the little 2D barcode will say if it needs to grab anything from one of the hoppers, right? And it stuffs it into envelope right here. The envelope is on the other side of this. But it stuffs into envelope. It glues it and like sprays some crap on the outside of it, the postage stuff, and then stacks it up over here. So it's a little 2D barcode thing, right? Why do you need such a big room for this machine? It's a big machine. It's very noisy. And it stuffs a lot of envelopes kind of fast, actually. Yeah, this thing does envelopes at speed. Not at speed, but yeah. But yeah, so it's a little 2D barcode to tell this machine certain things about the job. And it also does some verifications, right? So there's a sequence number on every single piece. It goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. If this machine sees piece number 5, and then it sees piece number 7, it goes, hey, hang on, wait a minute. We don't have piece number 6. Where's piece number 6? Same idea of like, all right, this item has 3 pages to it. This one has 2 pages to it. If it's missing a page, it goes, hang on, wait a minute, I'm missing a page. Where'd it go? And it stops the whole thing. So we don't get 2 separate things, 2 separate checks in the same envelope to one customer. That's happened before. That's not a good thing. So we got this little bit of data. We put in this little barcode to do this verification thing, right? In order to get this data, PLB doesn't know what the hell a barcode is, right? Like, it prints out a barcode using a barcode font. It's horrible. But for this particular barcode, the font is each character, each alphanumeric character is a single row, a single column of 4 pixels. Depending which character you use, different pixels are lit up, right? Or turned on or whatever. So you got a few rows of that, and it builds up this barcode. In order to get that into that format, the PLB program would put out a string of data. All right, I want to encode this data. They take that, put it in a big file, and send it off to another server, some Windows server somewhere. Running another piece of PLB code, they watch the folder, right? Once it found that data file in that folder, it opened it up and piped out essentially all that data to a DLL somewhere. Read that data back, spat it out to a different file, and then sent it over back to the first server. So all kinds of, jumping over here, doing this, doing that, and waiting for things. I'm like, that's stupid. That's dumb. Why are we doing that? So I rewrote that entire process in Go, and it works a lot better. It's one executable on the processing server that you just pipe the print file through. No more sorting or filtering crap out or sending stuff off to a share. No more waiting for anything. It's just do it, damn it. It's all in Go, and it's beautiful, and I love it. It's fast. Yeah, so I do some Go stuff at work too, but anyway, let me refill my water real quick. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Warm in here, goodness. I grabbed the bottle of sake I opened last night. Decent. It's got an owl on it. Fuku chutose. I can say it right. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. But anyway, I need to get back to this. Where the hell was I with this? Where was I? I don't even know anymore. Oh my god. I was about to start reading the words, wasn't I? Or trying to inspect the words. I think. So ranting. Well, yes. I want to move on from the ranting, though. Or at least attempt to. right? No, shut up. Nobody asked you. Well, I mean, the chances of me getting through this without another 2 rants, pretty low, honestly. Pretty low. Going through a car loop. Yeah, want to use an API, but I have no Rust bindings for it, so now I'm making them. This is awkward. It's a C++ like API. Oh boy. There's a ranting stream with a side of hustle and some programming. I mean, no. Distracting from the ranting to go back to coding. Well, hell, even the Twitch CEO says that Twitch isn't a gaming centered platform. It's a talk centered platform. Right? And he's not wrong, really. He's not wrong. I'm here to party. Waffles, how you doing? Because, I mean, like, okay, what's the biggest category on this site? Just chatting. That's the biggest category. Twitch moved the only video games rule years ago? Oh, yeah. Oh. Most of the things you watch are just... Yeah, even if you're not watching a just chatting stream, even if you are watching someone game, you're listening to them. Right? The people that game, like, interact. The ones that, like, have any kind of followership, right? Interact with the community. It's not just playing the game. Right? Because if you go into someone's stream and they're just playing the game and ignoring chat entirely, right? You're not going to stay there for very long. You have a question? I may have an answer. I don't know. That might have something to do with the hot tubs. God damn it. Ones that talk and interact while gaming or whatever else they're doing. Yeah, exactly. Some people see Twitch as a pet sim, specifically the streams that have posture check and drink water routines. I will not tell you that. Have I ever played Sneak King? I have not. Twitch streamer Tamagotchi. Oh. I had the Tamagotchi years ago. Years ago. I don't think it lived. I think it died. Self-game by Burger King for the Xbox and 360. No, I don't. I never had the Xbox stuff. I may have heard of it though. This game, now that I see it. It looks about as good as I thought it would. Yeah. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Will I stream it? No. No, I sincerely doubt that. I don't have an Xbox, so like, I don't even have an emulator for the thing. Be parashal also relationship sim now. Oh. That's there too. I just saw a clip of God. Is that a crossover of Burger King and Jump King? No, this is far before Jump King. I mean, I get entertainment by you misreading stuff. Ass. But no, so I saw this clip of God. So the Trash Taste podcast, right? It's like 3 guys and sometimes a guest that talk about shit. They have editors, right? So one of the editors they had on as a guest, and he's kind of like, he's one person that watches the most of that show because he has to, because he edits it, right? So he's in this like weird kind of parasocial position-ish where he knows a lot about the other people involved, but the reverse isn't true, right? Where like Joey like said to him, "Oh, we gotta hang out sometime and catch up," and the editor's like, "Catch up? I know everything. I know what you've been up to because I've been editing your videos. I know you better than you do at this point." But the reverse isn't true at all, right? No. I thought it was funny. If I read chat at all, I try to, okay? I have a teleprompter for a reason, okay? Before that stupid Elgato teleprompter thing, all right? I had it long before that. Long before that even came out, okay? Not sure sim is the right word here. And it tends to be a two-way relationship. 1.5 way, maybe? So I could have just ignored it. You wouldn't know. Fair, yeah, same, right? I don't do it on purpose. I don't ignore it on purpose, I swear. All right, no car. So for this, we just want to go to the next iteration. So we want to go to loop first. Actually, yes car's gonna be down here. That's just gonna be kind of that. Yeah. No. Mainly happens with big streamers too. Smaller streamers are a lot better at interacting. Yeah, because my chat's not going a million miles an hour, right? Whereas big streamers, like the chat just keeps going, right? It just goes. It moves. Yeah, 25,000 people writing messages. It's not possible for your human brain to read all of them at the same time. Yeah, unless you do some like heavy filtering or something, you know. You might see one or two here and there, but as soon as like you recognize the message, you may recognize the name, but you miss the actual message because it's gone now. It's just gone. It's almost like you need chat separated out into like 4 separate types of chat, right? Email spam you could just ignore, right? Maybe, right? And I don't even know how you would separate the rest of it. You know, Janos, how you doing? Maybe something like, frequent chatters in another one. Just have them do their own thing, or habitual spammers or whatever. Versus like, someone that just chatted or what is the first time chatting. Which I do like how Twitch is highlighting those kind of messages, right? So if someone chats for the first time in my chat, or is a member of a raid, or is the person that raided me, they're all highlighted differently, so it stands out, right? Tried sake, it tastes like vodka. Did you have, like, the cheap shit? The sake tastes like all kinds of things. Like, this one's okay. I probably wouldn't buy this one again. Not that I really went out of my way to buy this one specifically, but, like, it's alright. I don't know. Cheapest? Oh, that's your problem. Did you get that cooking sake? Never get the cooking sake. Ever. Is that transparent? It's got a tint to it. She's basically yeah. Where is that one brand of cooking sake? Oh god. That one this one in the back. That one right there. This one right here, never ever buy that one, ever. It's like the biggest, cheapest one you'll find at the store, especially here in the States. Never buy it. It's meant to burn, okay? The Good Day one, the green color, the Good Day one. Good Day. This isn't sake. This is soju. This is Korean. This is Korean vodka. That's what this is. That's why it tasted like vodka, because it was Korean vodka. This hits a little harder than the sake. This is good. Don't get me wrong. It's good. It's not sake though. It's a little stronger than sake. That's what they sell here. They like cost 20 times, like 20 times more. Okay, yeah. Strawberry is good. I like the strawberry. The oh god, what are some of the other ones? Yeah, Gekkan, never get that. This one. Grapefruit? Grapefruit's good. Yeah. Grapefruit, yeah. Korean vodka tastes like vodka. Oh no! I think I've tried some of the other ones. I won't try the pineapple because I'm not a fan of pineapple at all. But yeah, my favorites of this one are the strawberry and the grapefruit. Yeah, those are good. Those are good. Absolutely. Soju. That's what this is. This is soju. Peach. I've had the peach one too. That one's pretty good. What is a good soju brand? I mean, I've only had these guys. I've only had Good Day. That's the only one I've had, so I can't really weigh in on that conversation. What is a good cheap sake for just trying it? So the ones that you will find in the States, oh god, what's the name of that? Momokawa. These are actually brewed in the States, but these are pretty good. So there's a few different. Argentina. Okay, well, this one might be easier to find than the other imports. Because this one is in like Ohio, I think, is where this is actually brewed. You have a Chinese town though. So I don't know what they have down there. I'm sorry, I don't. You may be able to find this one easier. I honestly do not know. Probably not in the quote-unquote authentic places. This one's pretty good though. Silver, I think, is the clear stuff, the filtered stuff. Pearl is the unfiltered. It's good. It's good. I like this one. This is pretty good. And I think there's like one or two more. But Momokawa's pretty good. Constant suffering? No, I'm sorry. One weekend. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I hope it improves for you. Organic Nigori. I'm not sure what that really means, because whatever. But yeah, oh god, what was some of the good ones that I've had? I have them like written on cards somewhere. The fuck was, oh god. God, what was? Oh, there's like a snowman sake that was interesting. This This one tasted weird because it was carbonated, sparkling. It was drinkable, strange taste, but drinkable. God, what the hell was this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. I like this one a lot. Suige, Drunken Whale. That one's pretty good. God, there was another one that was like Snow something. That was really good. I don't think that was it. That's not the label I remember seeing though. This one, Tozai, Snow Maiden, fantastic one right here. Another good one. Oh. Champagne spritzer. No, I don't drink champagne. He himself. Oh my god. But yeah. I get sake on a subscription actually. So I once every 3 months I get a box of now 3 large bottles. It used to be 6 small bottles that I could finish in a sitting. Now they're giving me large bottles that I shouldn't finish in a sitting. I can. It's never a good day the next day if I do though. Ever. Don't think they sound. So I had to. Those are all imports. So I specifically had to import those. I don't know if that site ships down there. Tipsy Sake is the place I order from. I don't know if they will ship down to you. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, this stuff. That bottle right there. Avoid that bottle. Avoid that one. I can already see that label. Part of that label. The dry stuff is usually pretty good. Oh. And if I'm trying something new and there's a small bottle of it, I'll always take the small bottle in case I don't like it. Right? I don't know what this stuff is. Or that. That doesn't even look familiar. Oh, good. Oh god, if it's the little bottle, don't do the cheap ass little bottle pull tab. Don't do those. Those are the cheapest, like, get drunk quick sakes. That's all that they're there for. It's just to get hammered fast. Why is it white? So there's a few different types of sake. There's the filtered stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Categories. That's not the Jinmai. So it's the Ginjo, I think. No. Shit. Is it Jinmai? No, Jinmai is the clear stuff. Ginjo? No. No, Nigori. That's what I'm thinking of. Nigori is like unfiltered stuff, right? So it's cloudy, unfiltered. Kind of looks like milk. Has the consistency kind of milk. But the good stuff. Oh my god, it's so smooth. It's so good, so good. Like the Tozai Snow Maiden. This one's fantastic. I love this one. It goes down really smooth. Let's see. Sparkling. No, thank you. Koshu. I don't honestly know what the other ones are all about. I'm still figuring out names. I'm still figuring out names for this shit. But the filtered stuff is the clear stuff. So blue bottle. The blue bottle would be. I closed it, I think. Hang on, let me get it back. No, this one. Oh, here it is. Blue bottle. Pure Jinmai. Yeah, so that's one of the filtered stuff. This one, I don't know. The bottle looks frosted on that, so I can't really tell. But if it's dry, it's probably a filtered one as well. These are certainly all filtered. Yeah. Yeah, personally, I do like the dry stuff. The dry stuff is nice. But that's a lot of it. A lot of it comes down to personal preference. And there's a wide variety of different types of sake and different styles and textures and all that kind of stuff. What's better, filtered or unfiltered? I mean, it depends. I've had some really good unfiltered stuff, some Nigori, and I've had some really garbage Nigori. I've had some really good Junmai, and I've had some really garbage Junmai. It's tough. It really is, because it's all over the place. Because there's, God, so I don't know about in South America, Argentina, but here in the States, we've got like 4 aisles of beer from different places, right? Like aisles and aisles of beer. And then there's I am not doing it in Rust. No. Welcome though. How you doing? And there's like a rack this size of sake. That's it. Right? In Japan and probably China, it's reversed, right? They've got a little shelf of spirits and some beer, I guess. Well, beer maybe a little bit more because they do have a bunch of domestic beer. But the sake goes on for shelves and aisles, right? Here's 1/3 of beer and 2/3 of wine. Oh God, wines! I forgot about wines. Yeah, wine is like half of the massive package store near me. Half of it. Wine and champagne and shit. I actually walked in once and there was someone standing there at the entrance giving out wine samples. And I'm like, ma'am, first off, I drove here. No. Second off, ew, wine? Get out of here. Thanks for okay, so the best, number 1, is in quotes. So that doesn't mean the best. That means the worst. Like Assembly or Fortran or COBOL or PLB, which you've probably never heard of, because I haven't heard of it since before my job. Never mind. Yeah, the best. See also, what terrible language can I write this in? Let's go. I might try to write some of it in like Sed and Awk, but I haven't dove down that yet. Older people drink wine and young people drink beer. I don't like wine, honestly. What happened to C? I haven't written any of it in C yet. I suppose that could be one of the languages though. Because I do need to get better at writing C. Yeah. C and pointers out the ass. Beer's disgusting. Yeah, a lot of beer I don't particularly like. I have 2 full bottles of sake, this size, in the fridge. No bottles of beer. Artisanal beer is better. Yeah. When I was over in Japan, I had some of their beer. Sapporo and Asahi Dry. Super dry. Those are alright. I'm not much of a beer person, though. Young people are stopping to drink alcohol in general. My job drives me to it. Doesn't touch languages younger than him. That's not entirely true, Epic. Not entirely true. Oh, that's not refill yet. Not even 13-year-old kids start to drink. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you know. The young ones drink because it's cool or whatever. But, yeah. Who drinks wine, though? Fucking who drinks wine? Blame schools. Blame society in general, I guess. I remember the first time I had wine. Oh, God, it was so stupid. A friend of mine and I went to a liquor store, package store, right? And we don't know what the hell wine is, other than grape juice but alcohol. We don't know the difference between the cheap shit and the expensive shit. There's aisles and aisles of this stuff, and we're like, red, white, let's go with the red one. And we're broke college kids. So we bought a cheap one. We brought it home. We didn't even, like, give it time in the fridge. We just cracked it open and poured it into some coffee mugs and drank it out of that. And we're like, wow, this is shit. No, we knew not to get it out of the box. We knew that much. We knew we should not take it out of the box. Or buy boxed wine. We knew that. We knew that much. But still, we got the cheapest one. We drank it warm out of coffee mugs. And we're like, ew. Oh yeah. Boxed wine. That's like housewife white trash right there. That's what that is. Fernet with Coke? I don't know what that is. Not only in America. You got that over there too? Really? But yeah, we knew enough not to do the box wine. We knew enough not to do that. Box wine is what the homeless buddy, because it's the cheap stuff, cheap in bulk. The same thing with this stuff over here. These guys right here, with the little pull tab, for the sake. It's whoa. This stuff right here, that's the cheap sake that they would buy, right? That's the cheapest stuff. That's gonna get you drunk the fastest, right? It's gonna taste like ethanol. It's gonna taste like, you know, fucking starter fluid or something, but you're gonna get drunk off of it. To activate the heat. No. That's how it's sealed, right? Yeah, it's a glass bottle, but it's like a foil top kind of. Yeah. The good parts from our surrounding countries, now the Netherlands. Italian bitter drink, which has 45% of alcohol, so you add Coke to make it sweeter. Oh. I see. I just realized, is this like a milk carton of sake? What the shit? Milk carton of alcohol? So my mom, we got scammed. Did you get these little guys? You never get these. Or do you mean the Fernet? Fernet. How do you pronounce that? The good day one? Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it scammed. It's just that you thought you were buying something else, right? You were misled. Because, I mean, they're good. But, like, it is vodka. The stuff. This looks expensive. It just looks really expensive. And potent. My God. It's the green bottle and black. Okay. Drink vodka? Don't need to tell me twice. Damn it, JoJo. Oh. Yeah, this looks expensive. Is it expensive? Oh. Why is this frothing like beer? Oh. Fernet con cola. It has soda in that. It's got Coke in that, all right. Let's be honest, at 45% ABV, it can be as expensive as it wants. Sure. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong there. Yeah. At almost half alcohol. You know. In Japan, there are cans of sake. Yeah, I think so. And when you activate a mechanism, it heats the sake using the chemical reaction of unslaked lime and water. Really? I could see that. I could see that happening, absolutely. This is the same country that has vending machines for hot drinks and, like, soups, hot soups. Because, of course. And the can is, like, like an insulated can, right? It's like a like you know how like you've got like your travel mugs for coffee, right? Think that like with the outer wall, inner wall vacuum in between, but in a disposable can, apparently. Coca-Cola vending machines ruins the Japanese scenery. Okay, but it's not ever like labeled Coca-Cola. Well, that's not necessarily true. I think it adds to it. There's like, what, one vending machine for every 7 people in Japan or something stupid? Like, there's vending machines absolutely everywhere. Absolutely everywhere for like anything you can think of. KFC is Christmas food. Yeah, I think that like happened on accident and KFC just fucking ran with it. Which, I mean, cool, I guess. I remember when I went there with my brother. So on the second trip, yeah, peak marketing. They stumbled into that one, I think, and they embraced it. So we stayed at hostels mostly, right? Actually, exclusively at hostels, which is basically like a dorm room kind of thing, dorm setup, and like there's like a communal kind of like a communal room. It's got tables or whatever shit in it, right? Kanji cook signs. Well, so the first one we stayed at, right? Like we get there at like 11 o'clock at night after 24 hours, 25 hours of traveling, like straight. So we get there, we get in, we just pass the fuck out. Oh my God. So in the morning, I get up and I'm like, there was a vending machine outside, or downstairs rather, in the lobby kind of looking thing, right? Last time I was here, the closest vending machine had coffee. I'm going to go get some coffee. I go downstairs to the vending machine. The vending machine did not have coffee. The vending machine had beer in it. I'm like, oh, it's a little early for that. I had to find coffee elsewhere. Do you mean the giant Gundams? They were in Akihabara, yeah. KFC Speech 100, right? That's what happened with them, yeah. I think I got vending machines for everything. It's 9 a.m. somewhere, right? Hello, welcome back. How you doing? Yeah, it was a little early that day. I wanted coffee, not beer, at that point in time. I had beer that afternoon at lunch, which was weird because, like, here in the States, right, you can't drink in public. You just can't. It's illegal to drink in public, right? Which means you want to drink outside of home, you go to a bar, right? In Japan, you can drink in public. You go to the mall and you can get a beer with your bowl of rice and beef. So I did. I've got a picture of me somewhere sitting in a mall food court holding a can of beer, just drinking it. It's weird. It's really weird. Oh. When I went to the U.S., there were breakfasting 2 fried eggs with bacon. Yeah, that's about right. It's an American breakfast. Bread vending machines, but fresh bread. Whoa. Sounds French. Cracked my second beer. It's 4 a.m. here. Whereabouts is here? Is it Germany? Where is it 4 a.m.? Actually, I have a bunch of times right on my phone. Where is it? Hang on. Come on. Yeah, Germany. Okay, yeah. Norway. Okay, it's that same timeline anyway. Norway. Welcome. Central Europe is 4 a.m. Yeah, I've got the times like separated out on this right here. The times of the top half of that. I've got L.A., Dallas, London, Berlin, Riga, and Tokyo, and of course my local. So. This is on the picture showing up on Googling Skyrim speech 100%. What? Seriously, interested for yourself. man. Oh. Yeah, this is 6502 assembly. Yes. So part 1 works, right? I've got part 1 working. That's what this is right here. This is part 1. Ignore the second line of numbers here. Yes, part 1 works of day 1. Yes. It's a Vic 20. Ooh, nice. I want to come home walking at night. There's a bar that fills the 2 sidewalks with people drinking beer in the street. My goodness. What motivated me to do an assembly project? The 6502 assembly is actually one of my main languages at this point. It is like my third main language, if you want to call it that. This is not my first project in assembly. If it was, I'd still be figuring this shit out. I've got a bunch of stuff that I've written in assembly. Got that. Keep going over there while I go over here. Here's one of them. Brain fuck on the Famicom. Famicom specifically because that's the one with the keyboard that's in the other room, actually. Unfamiliar with modern assembly use cases. What is it used for nowadays? Nowadays, you don't write it. I'm not using modern assembly. I'm using 6502 assembly, which is an 8-bit assembly. What's my job? My day job is working at a print and mail shop. We print stuff on paper and stuff it into envelopes and mail it out. And the language I use to do all that stuff, or most of that stuff anyway, is PLB, which is a worse version of COBOL. Burrito Tim, trademark. How you doing? What do I think of Carl Jung's model of the psyche? Not even in, like, on my radar, honestly. Oh, so you just, like, hurting? I mean, I wouldn't phrase it that way, I don't think, but sure. Integrate the shadow. What shadow? Shadow? Well, I would. I honestly really enjoy writing 6502 for the NES and Famicom. I find it enjoyable. It's like a puzzle kind of language for me, you know? That and working with the hardware and the system. Thank you for the file. Appreciate that. Do actually write it stuff like a bootloader or disguise as intrinsics like simd. Yeah. So it's not something that a lot of people write. There are some people that do write it, especially for like if you're doing like any kind of embedded stuff. Well, not any, but for some embedded stuff, yeah. Took a class in x86 and I literally hated my life. Took forever to do anything. Yeah, it's verbose. It's very verbose. Like, for instance, the reason I have 2 lines here for numbers is I'm converting them from binary to ASCII differently. So the top one is actually BCD kind of, like entirely. It's not even really binary. It's like packed decimal. Whereas the second one, I'm actually doing no. Search for bin to ASCII. I'm actually doing the binary value to an ASCII value, and that's this loop here. Well, not loop, but this function from. Let's see. This is the end of it, and the start of it is way up there. That's a single line and go. That's like a single command and go. I'm gonna take a breath because an ad just started. You know, I need like an overlay or something that says like ad's going. We need to pause. I need one of those. Yeah. Comprises 60% ranting, 35% masochism, 3% coding, 2% lollygagging. Yeah. I always thought before taking the class that x86 was the only version of assembly. so many versions of assembly. Every piece of hardware has its own version of assembly, essentially. One I want to learn, PowerPC. I want to learn PowerPC assembly. I forgot about that. I was looking at that the other day. Justify it right now. Justify PowerPC. I have 3 IBM PowerPC machines in my apartment. Why not? Nowhere near as funky as say PowerRisk. Oh my goodness. There's only a handful of COBOL devs in the world that share all the jobs among them. Yeah. It takes a lot to join that club. Not impossible, but do I really want that? Yes, I want that. I am waiting to hear back from an interview about a COBOL position. I want that so badly. I want to get into that club of COBOL developers. Because then all of a sudden I'm expensive. All of a sudden I can demand whatever the hell I want. The biggest x86 will have variable size instructions. Oh, not just the 32-bit, but the 16 or 64-bit ones. Yeah, it's become a living fossil. Yeah. Not talking your wannabe COBOL. I'm not talking about that one either. The one I interviewed for, the company I interviewed for, runs mainframe COBOL on Z80. They are the legitimate COBOL company. Or a legitimate COBOL company, right? They are in the financial sector. They're doing an intern for some shit. I want into the COBOL club. Now, I still do low-level C++ work. If you go any further, you're going to be flipping switches on and off. Yeah, so for profession, I don't think I'd want to do low-level stuff. But for, like, hobbyist stuff, yeah, I find a lot of fun in it. Yeah. Also on 16 GPUs. Then again, we have register renamers for that. Yeah. I've worked in fintech on the tandem computers. Intentionally underclock the 2 CPUs in lockstep. Oh my goodness. Professionally, you're into graphics. Okay. All right. Like, what kind of graphics? Like, focused on like real-time graphics, or like or like baked or whatever. Yeah, because Jumig is in the game industry, doing engine stuff. But that company is probably not part of the club. I mean, it might be. I don't know. Game and physics engines, apparently. Okay. Vulkan is my beloved. Solidity? What is that? Solidity. Is that a language? What the hell is that? Wait, what the hell is that one? What is this? When was it originally released? I see the stable release. I don't care about that. I don't care about the stable. Various blockchain. Fuck off. No. Nope. No. I don't care about blockchain shit. I don't. I really don't. That's all like get rich quick garbage. First year 2014. Yeah. What I want is the stuff that the board members will never, ever consider throwing at AI. That's your COBOL on mainframe. That's your Fortran. That's the shit that's been running since the 60s. I want that. I want into the industry where everyone's retiring. I want to be that one. I don't want to be doing some website bullshit that I can be replaced in 3 years or a year or whatever by some fresh college graduate. No. That shit is probably the easiest to AI automate, but they won't because it's financial. It's dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you think the execs are gonna risk that, you're insane. You're insane. So much effort has gone into running 40, 50-year-old code on new hardware. There's no way in hell they will allow any of that to be touched by AI. Yeah, I mean the coding part too. There's no way in hell. No way in hell. Because there's millions, billions of dollars behind that stuff. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. At least not in my lifetime. No. I'm not personally doing this, but receive crazy offers. Can those offers be fulfilled though? No. I also hate the term AI. Sure, it's artificial, but it's nowhere near intelligent. That's called what it is. ML, machine learning. Yeah, a very advanced language model stuff. You know, doubt they would even market to a new language, let alone AI. Oh, absolutely. That's the reason why it's still in COBOL, because transitioning it from COBOL to a modern-ish language is immensely more expensive than just throwing an absurd amount of money at a handful of developers to keep it running, and an absurd amount of money at IBM to make sure that the hardware is still supported. That's still cheaper. It's still cheaper to spend thousands of dollars, I think, on license for ZOS than it is to rewrite it in something new. And that's just the operating system on the mainframe. Forget about, like, you know, the cost of electricity of this bastard. Right? And the fact that the mainframe itself probably costs $100,000. $300,000. AI is way too good at confidentally bullshitting something wrong. Yeah. Finance cannot do that. Oh, yeah. No. You do that in finance, you're thrown in federal prison for the rest of your life. Some of the crypto bros are finding that out the hard way. Also, the previous mentioned fintech company trying to move their whole COBOL talent code base to modern Java platform in the mid-2000s. Don't think I need to tell you that it didn't go well. Oh. If I take the platform also supports C++, C and C++, and I ported Lua to it in half a day. Mainframe probably costs the hardware itself, I think, well, for a single rack anyway, is on the order of hundreds of thousands for just the hardware, as like the upfront cost. But then you add on the license for the operating system, which is like a subscription license, apparently. And you add on the license for the compilers, which, again, that's going to be a subscription, like, per seat bullshit. That shit adds up. And you add, like, power, which is probably going to be the cheap part of it. You know? It adds up. It adds up a lot. Let's just write everything in R. Yeah. I mean, you can probably train a model on COBOL, how to translate it to another language, and have people auditing that. They won't. You hear about those models trained along a compiler and tests? So the problem with that is that you actually need the tests. You think COBOL was written in a test-driven development environment? No. I guarantee you it wasn't. Didn't exist back in the 60s and 70s. Yeah. Wouldn't work well enough. Yeah. Yeah, remember, this code is twice my age. Engineer for Life, how you doing? Hello, welcome. Show change compared to what they're making though. Return on investment is to go, or they would have converted. Oh yeah, too good, or they would have converted. Less risk reward is too high for bad code. The risk reward is immense. That ratio is not worth it. Because again, like, okay, so website, you fuck up a website, it's down for 2 days, right? What happened when Facebook went down for 2 days? Or whatever, whenever it was. You don't even remember when it was. Facebook's still around. It's still a monster. If that same sort of thing happened in the financial sector because some company decided to ditch their COBOL and switch to something new, they don't exist anymore. Period. And there's a non-zero chance that the people up top are not going to be thrown in federal prison for fucking up something financial. They are not taking that risk. I guarantee you. But if Facebook shuts down permanently tomorrow, nobody's going to jail. Probably. Right? No one's going to federal prison over Facebook shutting down. But if suddenly Goldman Sachs just pulled the plug and said, fucking see ya, you bet your ass someone's going to prison. Right? They'd find them. Music is a vibe of its own day. Yes, I'm using Pretzel, which is a service that I can stream the music without worry of being DMCA'd. I, pay for the license basically. What that is. I love how the architecture that ZOS runs on is called Z architecture. I mean, have you seen the inside of those things? It's its own architecture. Yeah. Simply transitioning from one language to another is way too full of subtle differences that will affect the functionality in non-obvious ways. Oh, yeah. Even when humans do the translation, and you can't make AI do it without enough examples that work properly for it to learn well enough. Yes. Is COBOL used in other contexts besides banks and old boring stuff? Yeah. It's epic. There was the company I learned COBOL at was a point-of-sale company. They made point-of-sale software in COBOL, which was the wrong choice for that, but that's what it was. When you give a fuck if it just stops, me neither. Yeah. I think it's still used in back-end systems for flight booking, etc. A big old board. Oh yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why there was such an issue with one of the airlines, the U.S. airlines recently, because it was a COBOL system and it shat itself, and they had a time trying to get it back up. Yeah. What am I working on coding right now? So I'm ranting and kind of distracted. But this code here is Advent of Code Day 1 Part 2. Or I'm starting Part 2 anyway. I have done a bunch of the other days in other languages. Where's that window? Is that this window? That's this window, not that though. I have done a bunch of the other days. The main language I'm doing in the other days is PLB, which is like where's COBOL? It looks like this over here on this side. The middle is Go. We're gonna get rid of that. This is PLB. This is what it looks like. Yeah. Program model for COBOL on a tandem system is very modern in many ways. It is literally pieced up into small services that can be independently scaled, etc. Sure, it can be, but a lot in the financial sector, especially, a lot of that code is structured completely differently. So, for instance, websites, right? That's like on-demand kind of we're going to do the thing as soon as you ask for it, right? A lot of other software is also very on anything with a UI is very like on-demand kind of stuff, right? These COBOL systems are all batch-oriented. This program runs once a night, and it churns through this data file, and it spits out another data file. That's what it does every night, right? Oh, it's end of month. We got to run the end of month batch. That goes through all the accounts, does all the calculations, does all this. Now, gotta bounce. You have a good night, Glasses. Appreciate you being here. Hope to see you next time. So it's a completely different, not really method, yes, but a completely different architecture. That's not really the right word. It's a different environment entirely for the code, right? It's run differently. It's the way it's interacted with is completely different, right? Thank you, I appreciate that. Architecture sounds right. About also approach, yeah. So one of the things, so he was brought up earlier. PowerPoint guy. So he was an employee that worked at my company, not for very long, thankfully. But this idiot, he went to one of those coding boot camps and thought he knew everything. When he didn't. All he knew were some buzzwords. So my job is all bulk processing. We got a data file in. We need to process the whole data file now that we have it. And we will spit out a print file at the end so they can print it. Right? What's PowerShell? Yeah, that guy. He comes into my office and asks me why we aren't using Model View Controller. And I go, what? He didn't even understand what we did. Like, on a fundamental level, he did not understand the type of processing we did. MVC is like an on-demand kind of thing, right? That's like rendering a page or whatever the fuck, right? It's, oh, someone requested a thing. We're going to get that thing for them. That's what that's for, right? Oh, this is the layout of the data we have stored. This is the business logic to transform that data. And then this is how we're going to display that data. That's what that is, right? Yeah, it's all UI bullshit, right? Whereas the stuff that I maintain never sees the customer's eyes. Or the customer's eyes never see it, rather. Yeah, it's a UI paradigm. Exactly. And he didn't understand that. I was dumbfounded that he would even suggest that. Because him asking that question just demonstrated, again, that he did not know anything of what he was talking about. I mean, using easy, yeah. Like, huh? The development operation of a system supporting national POS real-time infrastructure in Norway. It was running on these systems, and a lot of it was COBOL, even in the real-time path. I can see that too. Like, again, the job I ran, I learned COBOL on. It was all UI bullshit in Windows with COBOL. It was not the right fit for COBOL, but I mean, that's what it was, you know. Yeah. MVVM. What the hell is that? Yeah. Model view model. What the what? Huh? Is this something that's like too web-based for me to understand? Am I too back-end to understand this? It's kind of like, am I too rich to understand your poor problems? It's one of those things. Am I too back-end to understand your problems here? The term emerged with React. Oh, boy. Yeah. PowerPoint guy was a fucking trip, though. So, a little aside about PowerPoint guy. when he was interviewed, I wasn't a part of that interview. If I was, I would have shot him down. The job description listed a few things that you were required to have. One of those things was PowerPoint. Not PowerPoint. One of those things was PowerShell. PowerShell. After the interview, my boss and this guy walk up to my door. I'm immediately hit in the face with the smell of smoke, which, cool, cigarette smoke. And then the first thing that comes out of his mind is mouth is, what is PowerShell? And I just look at him like, what? I was dumbfounded. I had to take a second to process what he just said. And I was even more dumbfounded by the fact that my boss was standing right next to him, asking the same question, not thinking it was a dumb thing to ask. Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm going to a technical interview and it lists out in the job description the things you must need, and I don't know any of one of those things, I'm going to Google it. God damn. But no, he didn't think to Google it before going to the interview. Thankfully, the guy was fired later on, but for different reasons. Yeah. Usually it's just the opposite of what you're used to when you have a development. You need to learn a little about the domain. I think that you're willing to do it for money is a great path. Learning the domain is the hard part. Yeah. So one of the hard parts of my job wasn't learning the language of PLB. It was learning, all right, how is this used here? How is everything structured here? What are the servers? What does it talk to? What does D2 mean in this context? You know? One sentence and in 2 red flags, the smell and the question. There were so many red flags. After that, I acquired his resume, and then I went to my boss, and I sat down in our office, and I'm like, please don't hire this guy. I'm like, you should probably pass on this guy. I don't think he's a good fit. I don't think it'll work out. I don't think it'll work. Shoots over at an email. Oh, good. He accepted the offer. What fucking offer are you talking about? You offered him a job? What? I was not happy. This moron couldn't tell the difference between a local drive, his C drive, and a mapped network drive on a server somewhere else. He thought they were both local because he could get to them from his laptop. Why is it for just PowerPoint guy? Yeah. So this guy was a dipshit, right? But he liked making PowerPoints that were flashcards. Oh my god. Let me see if I can find. Hang on. Let me see if I can find. I posted one of them in Discord at one point. Or someone did. I did, but where the hell? God, did I pin it? I feel like I might have pinned it. I don't know. I didn't. Shit. That segment is started for talent willing to put a lot of resources into talent. For COBOL? I think so, yeah. Oh, God, where the hell? I'm not going to be able to find it. I am not going to be able to find it. Shit. Damn it. So it was, see, he had 2 PowerPoints. One of them was like Linux 101, and the other one was PLB 101. RWX. Yeah. So I'm talking with one of my coworkers, Bern. He's not here right now, but every once in a while he shows up in chat. I'm talking with him in my office, right? And we're talking about something. I don't even remember what. Unimportant. I get an email from PowerPoint guy. I'm like, what the hell is this? PowerPoint guy thought it was a good idea to email the rest of the group these 2 PowerPoints that he put together. I opened up one of them, and it was immediately dumbfounded. And my coworker is like, he didn't just send that to everybody, did he? I'm like, yeah, he did. This moron sent this to everybody. How to make a directory in Linux. How to chmod something. One thing per slide. And it was like, what, one bullet point of like, this is how you use chmod. The next PowerPoint slide was the actual command to chmod. 90-something slides. This is never not funny. Yeah. All of like baby's first Linux, right? Yeah, couldn't even spell reference right. He spelled it reverence with a red squiggly line underneath it. Because it was like, you know, title slide, right? Linux 101 by name. Reverence website. And I'm like, what? The fuck did... What? No. And it was something similar for, like, PLB, right? Why is... I can hear my fans freaking out. What are you doing? No, you're not doing anything. Stop it. So me and my coworker just, like, paged through this thing. I'm like, oh, my God. This guy's a moron. He can't spell. Even with spell check, he can't figure out how to spell. He doesn't know what Linux even is. I don't even use Linux and knows basic stuff like makedir. Yeah, exactly. Fake it till you make it. Oh, he faked it all right. He fooled my boss. So like, she showed him some PLB, right? And she asked him to explain what some of it was doing. Now, the thing with this, move 0 to found. Oh, well, we're moving this number to this variable. No shit, Sherlock. Oh, this is probably a loop. You think? Oh, we're reading a thing. She was so impressed by that. Meanwhile, this guy legitimately thought PowerShell was Linux. Legitimately thought, oh, it's like Linux. When I tried to explain it to him. Is my boss technical? No. No, she's not. At all. She thinks she is, but she's not. She thinks programmers click and drag things and drag like lines between nodes, and that's all they do. Isn't PowerShell kind of a Linux VM like WSL? No, it is not at all. It's not. It's the next command. It's a newer command line essentially. It's integrated tightly with Windows. Anyway, while this ad's starting, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. freaking bright in here. God damn. Discord. What about Discord? Found it. Okay. Thank you, Epic. Thank you. Thank you for finding this. Oh my god. To be used as digital flashcards. This is another page. Slide, excuse me. This is the whole slide. This is the completed slide. Huh? Yeah. Rents. This man has underappreciated genius. It was something. All right. Oh. PowerShell's modern batch, like Lynx's batch. Yeah. More so. No. Well, COBOL, and I guess this, including sequels, is designed to be readable by business people, so it reads like English. Yeah, so he could read exactly what it said. He was only reading off the screen, right? So he could at least do that. Yeah. So there's one thing he was good at, exposing how not good that boss is. I mean, we already knew that. Yeah. Like it though, but I'm a script kid who started with Linux in the 90s, but runs Windows on the desktop. I'm sorry. The only Windows machine I use is my work laptop. I do own another Windows machine. It's Windows 95 on a brick of a laptop. I've actually done that, but admittedly only to write a script that I then hope would work on Windows. Nice. Like most people, if it needs to be very basic, you don't use PowerShell. You just create a simple batch file. Yeah. Hope because I didn't and don't have any Windows bugs to test it on. There you go. So I'm going to replace command, but actually just realized it's way more than just a new Windows terminal. Yeah, so it is tied into the Windows ecosystem very well. I will give it that. I actually legitimately tried to learn, like, actual PowerShell and how to do the complicated shit in PowerShell. I found a Microsoft-sanctioned tutorial. I couldn't get more than 5 minutes into it because the presenter was far too fucking excited. I couldn't. He needed to lay off the crack. He was way too excited. And I just couldn't. Because he was drinking something. He was drinking the juice. Fun stream today. I haven't been actively. Thank you, Viking Coder. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate it. Oh. I can't read, boss. Very impressed. Hired. Yeah, I can read. Yeah. I mean, even that, I don't really think he was very literate, honestly. Oh. The tutorial's not as good as these Linux PowerPoints. No, the tutorial felt more like a fucking televangelist, right? He was far too excited to tell you about fucking Windows and PowerShell. And, like, I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way. He honest to God, sounded like a televangelist, and I didn't want anything to do with it. You know, I tried. Oh, I did. But I couldn't. PowerShell does have a bunch of new features not found in Command Bash, etc. But that doesn't automatically make those features good ideas. Yeah, I mean, I get, like, how... So, with Bash, like, the idea is you pass around raw text, essentially, between commands, right? You pipe the output of command A to command B. And that data that's passed between the commands, excuse me, is just raw text. right? And PowerShell went, okay, I like the piping idea, but let's make it an object instead. Which, okay, I can get that. But, I don't know. It feels like it's like too little too late kind of thing. Or maybe it's because I am not a Windows administrator. I have heard that Windows admins love PowerShell because, again, it ties in very well with the Windows ecosystem. I don't do shit in Windows, typically. I don't. So all the shit I do is just like the very basic crap, you know? Hell, even on Windows, if I want to do something quote-unquote advanced in the command line, I open up fucking git bash, and I do it there. Because I've got grep, and I've got fucking all the other things I need over there. I've got cut, I've got less. I've got git in that works better with that. Yeah. Up next is really excited bash tutorial. Nah, it's going to be some like Indian that really knows what he's talking about, though. No, why aren't you blessed by PowerPoint Guy's presence anymore? Oh my god. So, yeah. So when PowerPoint Guy was hired, so in the States, anyway, you have to go through a drug test before you're hired, typically. Not always, but typically. Hey, Pirate, how you doing? Just learning to love dirt, right? So he took the drug test and failed it. Let's just smoke marijuana. Whatever. Fine. They hired him anyway and said, all right, in 3 months, you're going to take a drug test again. And you have to pass that one in order to stay employed here. And he goes, okay, and signed the paperwork. 4 months passed by. And I thought they forgot about it, honestly. I honestly thought they forgot. Anyway, so my grandfather had passed. He was like 93. I hope I lived that long, right? So I'm at the funeral. The service happens. The burial happens. We're at lunch, right? We're sitting down eating dinner, and I get a text. I get a text from a customer service rep. She goes, "Hey, I know you're at a funeral right now. I am sorry to interrupt you, but I just thought you should know. PowerPoint Guy was just walked out." And I go, "What? This is the best thing that could happen. That was the best outcome." Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. That made my day. I burst out laughing at the table. Honest to God, I burst out laughing. And I had to explain what I was laughing about and why I was suddenly so happy. Nearly 97. Wow. I will be astonished if I make it that far. Jojo, you have a good night. I know, Jojo. I saw that on, was it Ann server? Who said that? Home Meowner. Or no, it was fucking Pirate, wasn't it? It was a short by Pirate. Home Meowner. You have a good night, Jojo. Pirate? Yeah. You just saw it? You can never unsee it now. You can never unsee it. Homeowner has meow in the middle of it. You're welcome. I feel bad for him, to be honest, as a weed smoker. I was hoping that he would fail the drug test. Not because, like, I'm against weed or whatever, right? Because this guy was a complete dipshit. Like, he should not have been hired in the first place. Based solely on his reading comprehension skills. Based solely on that. This is Pony, how you doing? Where's the meow at? Meow, meows, meow, meowner. Home meowner. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted him out for other reasons. Yeah, but that one worked, honestly. And honestly, so the other guy that worked, there was a coworker that quit, actually. He started there before me. He was actually one of the people that interviewed me. Turns out he had a medical marijuana card. So he's been smoking it for a while, back before it was legal here. Right? Did he have comprehension skills or just reading skills? Neither. Just bitching PowerPoint skills for free. Yeah, if you call these bitching PowerPoint skills, I don't know about that. I mean, my mother could do better than this, honestly. And my mother calls me with, how do I get photos off my phone? And she can do better than this, all right? Can't type. Check. Yeah. My mother at least knows what the red squiggly means. I cannot show you more slides. I do not have them on here. And that black box is actually his name's underneath that. I only took screenshots of 2 slides, and I don't know if I could find them on my work laptop. I'm not digging out my work laptop. I'm not digging out my work laptop. But yeah, bad. It was so bad. But yeah. So I get the call that he was fired. He was walked out. That's what I'd like to know about permissions. Yeah. And yeah, so it turns out that dipshit thought it'd be okay if he still smoked it up on the weekends, even though he was given 3 months notice about this test. He couldn't stay off it for a month or 2 weeks until it's out of your system. They would not have checked again. I have been there for almost 3 years. I had 1 drug test at the very beginning of my employment. They have never checked again. I could be high every goddamn day, and they wouldn't fucking know. They wouldn't know. Yeah. But yeah, he was too stupid for that. And I know he knew that he didn't know jack shit. He knew he was in over his head, but he thought he could fool everybody because he was always trying to impress everybody with his knowledge or whatever, right? He brought in a book for the Raspberry Pi as show and tell because, oh, he's fancy. He got a Raspberry Pi. I'm like, cool. I got version 1 or 2 of the Pi 5 years ago, however long ago it was. I haven't found a use for it, really. It's neat. Cool. Why'd you bring in the book for show and tell? No one here cares. He had made 1 game in Unity, or game in Unity. Which, okay, he figured out how to do collision, which might just be a click and drag thing in Unity. I don't fucking know. I don't know Unity, right? So he's going on about this, and I've got this great idea for an app. This app is going to take off. It's going to be beautiful. Let me tell you about my idea for this app I'll program. And I'm like, that's cool, man. I don't really care. Did you do the thing I asked you to do yet with this code? But no, but my app. I don't... Stop. And he's going on about, oh, I do this in my free time. I put her going again. Oh, yeah? I actually did. I pulled the card, and I'm like, oh, yeah? I write 6502 assembly in my free time. The code's on GitHub if you want to look at it. That shut him up so fucking fast. Oh my god. He's like, oh, I can't really compete with that. I'm like, yeah, I didn't think so. Shut up and do what I told you to do. See, there's some built-up animosity for this guy. Yeah. I mean, honestly, he was in over his head. He knew it. He absolutely knew it. Right? He just tried to fool everybody else. But one of the things he used to try to do that was this fucking PowerPoint bullshit. And where everybody was like, I don't know about my boss. But all my coworkers he didn't just do that, really. He didn't just do that, right? Because he just announced to everybody that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So everyone saw through his lies day 1. Right? But he was still trying to convince everybody that he knew what he was talking about. Because he knew that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. The only person he convinced was my boss, who is based out of Florida. She's not even in office. oh, just show him how to do this and have him change the email addresses or whatever on these things. And I'm like, yeah, he changed live code without realizing it. He thought it was local. It was not local. Even after I explicitly told him it was not local. And tried to explain to him that, no, this isn't local. We've all done that. Even after explaining it to him thoroughly, he still confused it. You blinked an LED was exposed to assembly. Nice. Inspector, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome. This guy was a moron. He was in way over his head. He knew it. He knew he was. But he tried to keep up the act. And he did not admit to it. If he had admitted, hey, I'm in a bit over my head, we would have treated him very differently. Very differently. But the fact that he tried to keep convincing everybody around him that he knew what he was talking about when he really fucking didn't, he did not ask any questions, everyone was happy to see him go. Because that's the thing. He did not ask any questions. He thought he knew what he was doing all the time, or at least pretended like he thought he knew. Right? So he just made things worse and didn't get anything done. And he asked, again, no questions, which was the big one. The whole realizing you don't understand a thing and asking about said thing. At my job, there's a lot of shit that I do not expect you to know. There's a lot of it. Right? So at the same time when he was there, some other guy was hired. And he was baited and switched, which I feel bad for. He was a great guy. I really wish he stayed. He thought it was a web dev position. It's not a web dev position. But regardless, he asked questions. And he listened when I answered them. He paid attention. He was all that I could ask for. And then he gave his notice. I'm like, oh, well, shit. Yeah. I can be very mean to posters. I recently worked with a seasoned consultant, wrote Postgres as Postgre. Oh my god. They're trying to pass himself off as an expert on a system he couldn't even spell the name of. Oh my god. Yeah, so I am very upfront with shit I don't know about, right? Like, in that recent COBOL interview, I said, I have used COBOL in the past. Yes. I am rusty. I'll figure it out. The example I give is my current job is PLB. I didn't even know this existed before the interview. Right? Like, this interview was like, hey, we do not expect you to know this language coming in. We don't even expect you to have heard of this language coming in. There's a question we got to ask you, though. I will never forget this. The director, the IT director at that point, the program director at that point said, hey, this language does not exist on Stack Overflow. Are you okay with that? She asked me that, point blank. And I chuckled and went, you know what? Yes, I am okay with that. I will figure it out. And I have. To the point where I am maintaining programs that the ancient one won't even touch. Right? I am digging into this shit. Archaeology style. Right? Figuring out how it works. I bought the fucking ANSI spec of this language. Please learn by yourself. Yeah, basically. But I was very upfront with, yes, I have never heard of this language before. I'll be damned if I can't learn it, though. I will figure it out. We'll learn it. I don't know exactly how you operate. I'll learn it, though. No. Worked at a place where asking questions was something that's seen as very badly. Really? We have better things to do than explain why the new guy, explain to the new guy or awful structure. Our awful structure. Oh. I learned I was hired at the worst possible moment and nobody had time to show me anything. Oh my God. Oh, that's terrible. That's a horrible position to be in. I work with proprietary game engines. There is literally no info online about those. And internal docs are shit. They always are. Regardless of the industry, regardless of the language, the internal docs have been garbage. They just are. Yeah. Looking back, that might be why I got my first programming job with no official experience. They basically asked what I'd do if I didn't know something. I said something along the lines of, look it up. Basically admit I didn't know everything. Yeah. So that's... If I am ever in a hiring manager position, right? That's what I'm going to be looking for, right? Someone admitting that they don't know everything, right? Because you can't. You literally cannot know everything. But be willing to learn and understand how to do the research of looking something up. That's important. No one basically has time to write docs because that's just how game dev is. No one. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Absolutely. So I think anything about it at the time, but looking back, they might not have been as common as I thought. Yeah. So because this guy went through like a coding boot camp, right? He was just taught like buzzwords and how to make a game or some shit. He wasn't taught to ask questions. He wasn't taught to identify the edge of his knowledge, where that edge was, right? He wasn't taught to figure out what he doesn't know. You know? Show that you've learned how to learn. Exactly. How you doing, by the way? Welcome. My employers are missing technical drawings from most of the furniture we built. If you want to flex, learn this book by heart, including the papers and references. It's only 1,178 pages with references about 2,000 papers. About 2,000 papers. What? Real-time rendering, 4th edition. Oh my God. I'm happy you don't build my buildings. Oh man. But see, that's the thing I look for. Because again, like, Jelmega knows, right? The stuff that I'm working in is proprietary. It's homegrown. Documentation does not exist for this shit. If you look it up, like, one of the programs, like that postal whatever the fuck program that I had to dig into, that the guy retired that wrote it, right? The name of that program is Risk. You look that up online, you find shit about processors. Because this is homegrown. This means nothing, or it means something different, rather, outside of my company. You're not going to find anything related to the program I worked with if you search that name. Period. Because it doesn't exist. Because it's a homegrown program in PLB. Right? The only documentation is the code. And it's shit. Fucking information dense. I believe it. Yeah. Yeah, and again, like, one of the reasons I'm comfortable saying that name is because that's the name of an architecture. So you search that, you're going to find other shit. You're going to find shit not even related. Not even closely related. No. It's like, where are the holes supposed to be drilled? Oh, that stuff. The whole, like, call before you dig kind of thing. Because we fixed, if it's messed up, it shouldn't have a chance to be messed up because you've made more or less the same things for the last 10 years. Oh. Currently doing some UI stuff on the project. Okay. I had to find out the hard way We have two ways for two different things. And at the moment, I'm confident the only way that actually know one of those systems. You're the only one that knows one of those systems. Oh my god, yeah. Again, like, I am the only one that knows the inner workings of Risk. That postal accounting program, essentially. Yeah. And the funny part is, a lot of the shit that happens in my location, I'm the only one that knows the details of it. My coworkers have heard of the thing, like another fantastic one. So a lot of what we do is special handling stuff, right? So sometimes the bank will go, hey, this set of checks, these need to go out overnight via UPS, right? So it goes into a special room where like 3 ladies hand stuff UPS envelopes with a single check and put a label on it, right? This software, this god-awful, atrocious fucking software right here, UPS WorldShip, is what they use to print out the labels. I hate this software. I am the only one at my location that knows how to set up the import. I am the only one that understands how the import is set up and how they do their job. Not even IT knows. If this suddenly breaks and I'm not there, they're fucked. We had a scare where UPS was going to go on strike. So I am panicking for a week straight, trying to get all this shit, all this configuration stuff, figured out in FedEx. FedEx's software is different. It's very different. God, what the hell is that called? It's FedEx software. I don't even know the name of it. This crap. Right here. Ignore the Windows XP bullshit. This software is completely different. Does the same kind of crap. Prints out labels, but it does it completely differently. Completely differently. I'm the only one that knows how to work that system. How any of that shit's imported. No. Probably retrofit decent technical docs, then doesn't sound too bad. Be a needle and a haystack to find anything in your Risk, or really more like a needle in a needle stack. Needle in a needle stack. Yeah. I hope you are at least compensated handsomely. There's a reason I am interviewing at other positions. I am not compensated handsomely, and they don't think I should be. So I am interviewing around. Piece of straw in a haystack? Yeah. But yeah, there's a reason I am interviewing. There's a reason. There's a reason. That's the reason. That's part of the reason anyway. Get them the offer and give them your notice, you can probably double your salary. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So the place I'm looking at now isn't necessarily double, but it is significantly higher. I am currently not making 6 digits. This other job will be 6 digits. So, yeah, I should be getting 6 digits. You're taking interviews or going? I'm going to interviews. Going to. The whole taking interviews, those are all surprises. Like, for PowerPoint, no, not for PowerPoint guy, the other guy. The greenie. What the hell we wanted to call him again? What was his nickname? I forget. The other guy, the one that actually like asked questions. That guy. He just showed up at the office one day. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Call my boss and she's like, oh, he's there? Yeah, can you interview him real quick? I'm like, excuse me? A surprise interview. See you later. You have a good night. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. See you again. By the time he gets another offer, would he really want to stay for double the salary? Yeah. It becomes one of those, like, what is it? The evil I know versus the evil I don't kind of thing. You know? Where I know the shit at work, where I currently am. I know it's broken. We actually got a new CEO and a new CTO that are being phased in. I've had a little interaction with the CTO. He seems like he has a head on a decent head on his shoulders. For making I'm not making that much. I am not making that much. Not even close. There's a good chance that the new CTO could make some very positive changes. I don't know if I want to be around for it, honestly. Some things have been improving lately, even though barely, but it's enough and soon enough. No, I don't think so, honestly. I don't think so, because a lot of the big things that I want to change, right, are major refactors of some of the code. Not necessarily changing languages. For a lot of it, honestly, I would probably keep PLB. Because again, PLB is very good at one thing, and we're doing that thing. But a lot of the way, how a lot of the PLB is structured is not idiomatic, and it's really stupid. A good example, one of the programs, for some check, whatever the hell, for a state, I think. It has 3 programs. The first program finds the input file, decrypts it. That's the end of the program. That's all it does. That's step 1. The operator has to go to step 2 now. Step 2 takes that decrypted file, reads it, writes it in a different format, and then step 2's done. What? And then the operator has to select step number 3 off the menu, and that step number 3 is the one that actually reads the file and produces the print file. What? Dumb shit like that. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Or rather, may have made sense 2 decades ago, but doesn't anymore, because we're not running on ancient Unix systems. The salary should be in the 189 to 200K. A ton of things we do on our programming jobs involves other engineering, and it isn't covered by the salary. I agree 100%. So I told the VP. I was talking to the VP one day, right? And we're just shooting shit, kind of, right? At one point, we were talking about, like, fucking audio mixers. But in that conversation, he had mentioned that we're getting new mail inserter machines because he can't find people that want to work to fill the positions. I'm like, oh, I could tell you why that is. You're not paying them enough. I don't know exactly what you're paying them, but you're paying them less than me. And I am not being paid enough. I know that for a fact. No one wants to work for you because you don't pay them enough. And he asked me what I was paid. And I'm like, well, first off, you should know that because you were the one that fought to get me this raise to this current position. Told him anyway. I'm like, but I really should be making this, which was like 40 grand higher, right? And he's like, well, I don't know about that. And I'm like, bitch, what? I am 35. I know this obscure fucking language that you use. The other guy that's here that knows this language, he's 73. Like, just based on that alone, right? Not only that, I have my hands in fucking everything. The UPS and FedEx bullshit I've got my hands in. They installed new printers recently. The Xerox tech came to me and said, hey, it's plugged in now. You can install your shit on the printer now. I'm like, What the? It's your fonts. What do you mean my shit? I have to install your fonts on your printer. What do you mean my shit? What do you mean my shit? What? I have to configure the Xerox printers because the Xerox tech does not know how to. Born in the 1950s. Yeah. He's an old guy. He has had 2 jobs. His first job was writing PLB at a print and mail company. His second job is when another company bought his first company that he worked at. Now he has a second job. He has worked at the same place his entire career, doing the same thing literally his entire career. 2 jobs. Technically just one, really, under 2 different names. His entire fucking career. This man has done nothing else. He has stories of when, like, they brought tape to the printer to plug into the printer to do the print jobs. And I'm like, what? My third is already going for my fourth. I have lost count how many fucking jobs I have had. Lost count. So I've had. Let me see if I can remember. Let's see. Let's figure this out together, shall we? So I've got. Hang on. No. I need a. Where is it? I do this. All right. So I've got. My current job right here, print and mail. Before this job was countertops. This was just a holdover job after COVID, right? Before that was a travel agency. Maintaining back-end software for that. That was up in Boston, actually. That was a nice one. I didn't mind that one, actually. That wasn't too bad. Before that, shit, what was before that? Fuck, what was before that? Was that the shipping company? That was the shipping company. Not the casino yet. No, this is the shipping company. This one was container shipping, right? Container shipping company. I think that's what that one was. Yeah, this one was contract. This other one was full time. That was a few years, like 2, I want to say 2-3 years. Before the shipping company, it was the Cobalt boat shop. That's the point of sale bullshit. That's what that was. Then before that was the casino for about 3 years, actually. This, aside from I think my current job might take the cake for longest place I've stayed at. The casino is second place at like 2.5-3 years. Before the casino, it was I worked at an arcade as an arcade tech. That was a fun job. I actually liked that one. Before the arcade, it was a delivery for pizza, or no, not for pizza. It was a Greek food place. That place went out of business, bastard. I was actually fired from that place because I refused to clean the grease trap under the sink for below minimum wage, and he fired me for that. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. The job barely paid for the gas to get to the fucking place, so I didn't care. Right around here is roughly college, right? What was before that? So before this, it was other college stuff. So that was Panera Bread. I worked at Panera Bread for a year. After I left, I think it was a year. After I left, my sister was looking for a job So I introduced her to my manager, and she got the job at Panera. A year or two later, my sister was moving on, and my brother was looking for a job. So she introduced him to the, the manager. All three of us worked at the same Panera, and I find that hilarious. Before that was Dunkin' Donuts. Before that was a gelato place. Before that was shit. It was like PC repair. It was like sketchy as shit. Fucking home visit though. Sketchy as shit. Before that was some weird ass Christian coffee shop. Before that was a doctor's office. And that was my first job. So 14 jobs? Gelato, yeah. That place was a fucking scam too. Hey, the same job or different position? It was the same job. He's been doing the same thing for 40 years. I don't know. At which point did you switch from student jobs to full-time jobs? The casino was my first full-time job. Everything else was part-time. Yeah, everything else was part-time. Casino was my first full-time job. That was hourly. This one was hourly. This one was no. This one was hourly. Yeah. These were all part-time, hourly. Salary, 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 salary. More than half doesn't count? Yeah. Actually, that one's technically hourly. But this is contract. Yeah, so these ones were all salary. I have four salary jobs. Everything else was hourly. And not even full-time hourly, right? Well, I mean, so everything down here was part-time. Everything up here is full-time. I feel like I'm forgetting some. I honestly do. I don't know what that would be, though. I don't think I am. Yeah. Fast food, take anyone, though? Oh, yeah. Oh, I am forgetting some, technically. In here, I'll say after Dunkin', was working in the college kitchen. I was cleaning the fucking deep fryers and grills. I remember that. My God. Don't you have a resume lying around that you could flash real quick? No. That's got names on it, and that's got dates on it, and that's got my phone number on it. You ain't getting that. Yeah, you ain't getting that. No, I ain't happening. That is not happening. No, I'm not doing that. If you count student jobs, number of girls as well. I mean, this is the only student job I had, I think. The only one I had at a college. This specific one was at that hyper Christian college in fucking South Carolina. Which you could probably figure out by that, but I don't care at this point. That was an experience. Oh my God, that place was an experience. Pots and pans. So, I mean, sure, pots and pans. The casino was all hardware as well. Casino was tier 2 tech support, where if the guy on the phone couldn't fix it, I was sent out to physically fix it. So, oh shit, their printer's broken. I'm gonna go fix it. I'm gonna go replace it. I remember going out to one place. So it was at like a customer counter thing where they give out, well, not give out, but they do like manage like the customer account or whatever. You get coupons and shit, like that kind of thing. They don't deal with the actual cash, but they coupons and discounts and bullshit and comping rooms, I guess. I don't know. So I went over there, right? And each of these things has like a ticket printer, right? For like shows and shit. And I guess for like redeeming like cash that you can put on a ticket and feed into a slot machine, right? Yeah, so I go over there, right? And I have a look at the printer. And it has bent to shit. And jokingly, like in a laughing manner, I say, "What'd you do, drop this?" Silence. Dead silence. And they're staring at me like, "What?" One of them says, "What? Were you watching the cameras?" And I go, "No. I was joking. You actually fucking dropped the printer? How did you manage that?" What? Yeah, they dropped the fucking printer. I was joking. I didn't think that's what actually happened. Anyway, I reassured them that I do not have access to the cameras. And I didn't actually care, honestly. They didn't pay me enough to care. But I chuckled and said, "I'll be back with a new printer." Yeah. Printers do not like being dropped. You are correct. Supreme diagnosis, yeah. Oh. This is actual documentation. Width of the touch sensor is in meters. What? Meters? Okay. I'd expect centimeters or something. Meters seems a bit large for a touch sensor. But sure. What the hell do I know? I know you name a current employer anyway for no reason really stuff. But, I don't hide it very well, if I'm honest. It's a float, though. You seem to work a lot. It's not. I swear to God, it's not intentional. I swear to God. Printers are the bane of my existence, and I work at a goddamn print shop. I swear it's not on purpose. I swear. But so, okay, so in my defense, I don't necessarily touch those printers out there. I load fonts onto them once, I map a network drive, and I never fucking touch them again. If something goes wrong, they call Xerox, not me. I'm not the person to fix those things. I don't give a shit if it catches fire, other than, hey, I want to watch, let me know. Right? Like, that's all I care about if it catches fire. Like, I want to watch it melt. Can I see it? Let me watch. Let me know. That's all I care about, right? Yeah, the interaction I have with the printers is I send it PostScript. I send it a PDF file. I send it VIP or some nonsense, right? That's all if it jams, I don't give a shit. It ain't my job. It ain't my problem, right? Like, I don't care. Sometimes with the report printer that the DataOps girl deals with, it's a standard like Office LaserJet. Sometimes I'm dragged into that one, but not often. Joe Maggie, you have a good night. Glad you were here. Appreciate it. Hope to see you next time. It's regular printers that we all know. Yeah, so it's not really regular printers that I... God damn. Excuse me. For our bulk stuff, we don't use regular printers. What are the printers we use? Xerox, fucking... Not the Versant. That's the other one in the corner. Nuvera. These guys. These fuckers. this is what we use. This is actually almost our setup too. Oh my god. So there's print trays on one side, right? 2 sets of them. There's the main unit that's got the toner in it, and then there's the paper stackers. Yeah, they're big ones. They're big. They are industrial size printers. You're not fitting these in your apartment. You're not fitting these in your in your fucking house. All right. This is not going in your basement. This is industrial scale printing. Right? We have 3 of these fuckers. How do they break that? This shit breaks all the time. That plastic facade is the cheapest goddamn plastic they could find. This stack right here, this double stack right here, this guy right here, the upper half of that is all fucking air. There's nothing behind that but air. It's empty, right? It's just 2 trays and then fucking nothing. These things are garbage. I hate these things. Thankfully, I don't have to fucking bother with them. Here's one of the paper stackers that we actually have. These guys right here. So you can see it kind of like stacking up the paper a little bit. Right? These things can actually get like this high of just paper stacks, right? So this has like a tray that like lowers, and then like this kind of window thing kind of like opens up, or it starts kind of like this and like folds up in on itself, right? And then this like is a little tray that kind of comes out and then like raises up. It's one of those. It's weird as shit. They actually have like a special fucking forklift kind of thing, like a manual shitty forklift. So you can kind of see it here, where you see like fins kind of holding the paper up, right? So there's channels in there that is meant for the stupid forklift thing that like goes in there, so you can like lift the paper up and like move it over to a table and fucking use this like conveyor belt bullshit thing, right? We have like 3 of them. No one uses those because they're stupid. They take up way too much fucking space and they're dumb. Why would you ever use those things? They're clunky. No, stop it. These are the small printers, by the way. We have a we have one of these, which is a roll-to-roll printer. This is a bigger printer. There's a few modules with this guy. Oh, there we go. So this guy right here. So we've got one of these big chunkers right here, right? So that's where all the printing head shit is, right? So we've got a roll on the far side. The print head's in here. This one does full color on both sides. And it's a solid like ribbon of paper, right? Web of paper they call it, I guess. And then what's not shown here is we have 3 other modules, actually. One of them is a perforator, so it perfs the paper as it goes through. A little chung, 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 chung. Adds little perforations. After that is a buffer. And after the buffer is a splitter. So this paper here, this roll of paper is double wide, essentially, right? So two full sheets of 8.5 by 11 paper can fit on one section of the roll, right? So it's double wide. So this thing splits it down the middle, right? So now you have 2 8.5 11 almost pieces of paper. And then there's this thing right here, which takes it and cuts it up into sheets. This thing's massive. This thing's huge. It breaks all the goddamn time. And Xerox is not going to be supporting this anymore as of, like, I think next year or some nonsense. It's dumb. The VP is pissed off about it. Because they just finished paying this thing off last year, I think. Cost something in the ballpark of like $6 million to pay this fucker off. They just paid it off, and Xerox is cutting the support window in half, which ends like this year or next year. And they're not happy about that. Oh, it will be next year sometime, I think. They're not happy about that, which is understandable. Because they thought they'd have like 4 more years on it. They don't. But yeah, this is one of our other printers. This thing here. This thing fucking moves. Oh my god. So, these other guys, this guy, the Nuvero 157 sheets a minute. This guy does significantly more than that. I don't know what the actual number is, though. Dimensions, interfaces, operating environment. No. Drop volumes. PL. What the fuck is that? Print resolutions. Printing speed. 127 meters per minute. I don't know what the fuck that is in sheets. 416 sheets or feet per minute. Fucking what? Huh? Okay, let's see if we can math this out. Where was it again? Where the hell was that? Where was that number? 416. Okay. So 416 times 12. That's 5,000 inches almost, divided by 8.5. Almost 600 sheets a minute. This thing fucking moves. 5 times almost 5 times faster than the cut sheets. Probably always needs support. Oh god, yeah. This thing breaks down all the goddamn time. Good old Glacian calculator and XFCE. This thing is only 32-bit, by the way. Double whites at twice that in cut sheets. Oh god, you're right. 1,000 sheets a minute. 1,000 sheets a minute. It's fucking... This thing moves at Mach Jesus, alright? This thing moves. Ugh. And it's broken down all the goddamn time. Anyway, I need to take another piss. And ad's about to start in 18 seconds. So I'm gonna go take care of that. I'll be right back. Again. I see some timing. That stops in 5 seconds. Fantastic. This is still small. Roughly 20 sheets a second. Yeah. I mean, that's at like, they can change the speed of it, but like at top speed. As duplex too. So double that for the images, right? 2,300 images a second, front and back. Yeah. Sure, the big ones can do a lot more, but still, compared to what most people think of as a printer, oh yeah, this thing fucking chews through paper. Oh my god. So the cut sheets, these guys right here, these are not filled with regular ink. These guys are filled with regular ink, regular black, white, or not white ink, fucking black CMYK, right? Filled with that kind of ink. These guys are filled with a single type of ink. It is black. It's also magnetic because it's mica ink. Yeah. The mica ink is the source of so many goddamn problems. Because that's what we print the checks in. The bottom of the check is magnetic. It needs to be. We got a special ink. And Xerox never figured out how to do that with this kind of printer or whatever. I don't know. So it's shit. Oh. Terrible. We've had this for, we've had all three of them, all three of the new printers for like 3 months. And we're just now starting to get them to at full speed. I think it was, either Wednesday or Thursday of this week where we actually had all 3 cut sheet printers running at full speed. That's 157 sheets a minute. That's what that number comes from. That 157 right there. That's where that comes from. That's the sheets per minute, which, by the way, is slower than the old ones. The old ones did 180. Oh. Yeah. It is, for me, technically, extremely easy to spoof a check. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so goddamn easy. Because I have access to literally everything. I have access to shit that I shouldn't have access to. Right? Like I said before, I have my fingers in fucking everything because no one else knows how to do it. Right? Right? Even the simple shit that my coworkers should know how to do. They just don't. Right? So, an issue that happened the other day, right? Where, for one reason or another, for convoluted reasons, one check was bad. It had the wrong logo on it. It had the wrong bank account number on it. Right? On the marker line, on the bottom, right? Just show down here at the bottom of the check. That fucking thing, right? Oh, whoa, go back. This line at the bottom of the check was wrong, which is bad because that has account information in it, right? That needs to be correct. One check the other day that had that wrong. Big nasty error message that I programmed in there when this was detected. Yeah. Anti-code code. That's fine. Learn about market ink when I started printing at home. Most places still took them, and that was over 10 years ago. Oh yeah, yeah. A bunch of our customers require micro ink. A bunch of them. Yeah, and a bunch of our customers are larger banks. They very much require the magnetic shit. But yeah, so for this one check, it was just wrong. So what did I do? I ran it in test. Right? And then I took the data that came out in test. I took the logo name and the the Microline, and I took those and replaced what was in live and said, ask live check now. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It is trivial for me to modify literally anything on a check. Literally anything on a check. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What I mean? So I have access to the raw print files of these checks. I can change literally anything. The name, the address, it will all look legit because it will be legit because I've printed it. Right? I see you sent it live, and now it's a live problem. Oh no, so there was an issue in live where it produced the wrong check, an invalid check. I knew it produced that because it threw an error that I programmed in there to hey, when this happens, this is wrong. We didn't find the thing, it's wrong, right? It's one of those. So I reran that file in our test environment, quote unquote. So I was able to take the good data from test and overlay that on the bad data in live. And the reason I had to do it that way was because there's some postal information. This fucker. This barcode thing. That barcode. Right there. That means things. It's got a sequence number and other shit in it. Basically, this John Smith at whoever cares, Memphis, Tennessee, that doesn't need to exist if this barcode is there. That barcode is there, that means that it's deliverable. You don't need to be able to read the name and address on that. It's still deliverable. The live file, the live environment had the correct barcode on that. The test environment did not. The test environment has some test bullshit data in there. All right. So I was able to overlay the account information onto the check without changing the IMB or some other barcode nonsense. All right. Because it was the logo and the Microline that were wrong. It's all those wrong on it. I changed those, and that was that. Yeah. So. Yeah, well, because I can do that, with nobody asking a goddamn question about it, essentially, mostly, I can generate a check. Print out on any fucking printer. The little picture thing for a bank, you know, a cash check. I'm eating a sleeve of Ritz crackers. Is what I'm eating. No. And the reason I know that I wouldn't, because this is like the definition of a goddamn paper trail. So someone, oh my god. So there were multiple points of failure in this, right? We had a check, a large check. It was supposed to go to India. It had 6 digits for its zip code. The ladies in the clearing room punched in the 6 digits. The UPS system chopped off one of the digits. Now it's 5 digits. It's a zip code in New York somewhere. In like the fucking Bronx or something like that, right? So UPS gets this thing, reprints the fucking label, and delivers it to somebody. The city and street and all that shit did not exist in the Bronx. It was supposed to go to India. Somebody got it. and had the fucking balls to cash the damn thing. They had the balls to cash a $40,000 check that was not in their name through an app by taking a picture of it. I told the Ancient One that, and he actually said, wow, he had the balls to do that? I'm like, yeah, he did apparently. Obviously, the bank was not happy with what had transpired. They wanted to know, how the fuck did this happen? This was supposed to go to India, not New York. We did some digging, and we called up UPS, and we're like, what the fuck? What is this? That's when we found out the UPS changed the fucking label on it, reprinted the label. It was some fucking rando. It was just some goddamn rando. Yeah. So, not only did the address change on our end somehow through the UPS software that we didn't check, we didn't verify, that's on us. UPS reprinted the check. That's reprinted, not the check, the label. That's on them. And then some rando cashed it with a banking mobile app, which should only let you cash up to like $5,000 or some shit at a time. So that's point number 3. That's a different place that fucked up, right? So like, we weaseled our way out of that one, but oh boy. That was some shit. Yeah, when I looked at that, so I was dragged into that one, right? The head CSR woman, she's not someone you want to be on the bad side, right? Like, she will backstab you the first chance she gets, right? She comes at me. She's like, why was this sent out to New York? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I look it up. The data coming in, India. Address is all India. Data coming back from like postal or whatever the hell was still the same. But then it ended up in New York. I'm like, what the? I don't know what the hell. I don't know how the hell it ended up in New York. So they did more digging in other places, and they found out what really happened. But yeah. You can't make this shit up, because no one will believe it. No one will goddamn believe it. In the movies, like, you know, people are you know, oh man, we're spoofing this check so they won't know, and this and that, and it's not that hard. So there was one time where I changed a font at customer's request, right? From a fixed width to a variable width font. I forgot to move a configuration live. It tested fine. I moved it live. Didn't realize I forgot to move a configuration. The name and address block was fucking illegible. But it still had that line on it. This IMB. It was deliverable. They still cash the fuckers. They still cash these goddamn checks with no name and address on it. No questions asked. What? Dumb shit. Oh. Yeah, probably not for humans. Yeah. It should be there to verify, though. You know? So who checks are still used for anyway? People that are receiving multiple $1,000 Can't Swift do all this? They won't do. They won't. We have a specific print file. There's checks over $100,000. There are many checks in that print file consistently. I don't think Swift would be very comfortable transferring well over $100,000 daily to one account. Yeah. It's a lot of money. Like the big bank, they will spend, God, like 10 grand in postage per day. In just postage. Ours is, how you doing? 5 minutes to the next advent of Code Puzzle. I have not been keeping up, honestly. I am a little behind. Where the hell is the window for it? I'm a little behind. They do, Epic. They absolutely do. Anecdote of code, yeah. But yeah, a lot of the shit we do is like rebates for things, right? Like there's one massive run at the end of the year, which hasn't happened yet this year, I don't think. Or maybe it did, and it's been smaller now. But for like insurance companies, right? Where this is a U.S. thing because our health insurance is dog shit. But if you're paying for insurance and the insurance company uses over a certain percentage on administration instead of actual healthcare, they have to give that difference or whatever back to the customer, the person that's paying the insurance, right? So it's a offset of like, we said we were going to use this much and we didn't, kind of thing, right? So they have to rebate the customer back, right? That's one of the large runs, is where it's an insurance company giving money back to insurees. I don't know. We do a lot of royalty stuff too, as well. If someone's getting paid royalties for something, hundreds, thousands of checks, thousands. Like, so that other once a year job that I was talking about, it's some sort of rebate that's I think around the same concept. This year we sent a little under 200,000, I think, 200,000 checks to a single township. No. Was the time you had to print a check to yourself to allow the customer to print checks, including that one? There. So there was, I've heard anyway. At one point, my location did like tax refund bullshit. I don't think we do anymore. At least not that I'm aware of. And one of the guys that was running the printer was like, "Oh, that one's mine. I kind of need this money now. Does it have to be mailed out, or can I just take it?" And they go, "No, that needs to be mailed out. Actually, that actually needs to be mailed out. You cannot just take it off the production line like that. Even though it's addressed to you, we cannot allow that." No, we're not that big. We are not that big. Even if our CEO thinks we are, we're not. No. Our CEO thinks we're the hot shit. We're not. We absolutely are not. She thinks we are. We're not. Yeah, there's other companies that do exactly what we do. Probably better, honestly. Yeah, we've just been doing it for a while. So we've been around for a while, so we have momentum. And really the only reason that we're still in business, at least my location, is because of two customers that are essentially whales. That are whale customers, right? Like that term is like from like streaming, right? A streamer has a whale. That means that person provides the majority of income. We've got like 2 customers to do that, right? They are massive banks, or one of them's a massive bank. The other one's like a, I guess it is a bank. I don't know. Yeah, conglomerate thing. No. Imagine when as kids we were doing one of those out school activities and we ended up just in front of my friend's house. He asked if you can go home directly. I said going back with the bus, and came back for no reason. I said no. What? So I can't believe they're in business for a fucking century, right? 2 entire whales gotta go fishing, right? No. No. Yeah, I can't tell you who any of these customers are, because you can look them up. And again, they're large for a reason. Anyone in New England would certainly know a few of them. Yeah. So, I can't tell you who the customers are. I'm sorry. Anyway. I got fuck all done tonight. Oh my god. But it is midnight. I'm almost out of sake. Probably finish that off stream actually. I feel like I need to go though. I think I should. So if you notice, my screen isn't dark. I didn't have this on tonight. Because if I did, I wouldn't be able to see anything because I have so many lights on. Oh my god. I've got my standard, well, it used to be a ring light, but it's not a ring light anymore because that thing died. I got a panel up there. I've got two box lights lighting up my green screen back there. So it's very bright in here. So I'm all kind of like discombobulated. But yeah, it's honestly a little warm in here too. Sweating a little bit, not gonna lie. I am sweating a little bit. I've got shorts on for a reason. I went to work in pants. I changed into shorts because I knew it'd be warm in here. But yeah, I think I need to go. I didn't get very much done tonight. I think I got a little bit done, but not too much. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. We're gonna see if anybody is live to say hi to raid. So don't go anywhere quite yet. Don't go anywhere quite yet. See who am I following this live? Anybody interested? Anybody? Anybody doing something? Excuse me. Any code stuff specifically? I want to raid like a random VTuber. VR chat, art, league. Ooh, here we go. I know who we're going to. I haven't raided him in a little while. Yeah, we're going to see this guy. But yeah, just Bo. Yeah. Thank you very much for being here. I hope to see you next time. I will be. I should be back on Sunday afternoon, 2 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, come with me to say hi. I would really appreciate it. And yeah, you guys have a good night. Bye.